Spencer to bring it up from Draymond. Spencer right side. Takes Randall. Throws up a hook shot and he banked it in off the glass. Pat Spencer with a bucket. It's 74-53 Warriors.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dimley, Mark Willard. It is the crossover.
Yeah, but before we do, I've been with you 4 hours and you're making me hot. Why do you have the sweater over the shirt in May?
It's my first midweek golf round of the year.
Let's go.
What a flex.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay, I was just checking on you. Where you golfing?
Carica.
Look at
that's incorrect.
I thought Craig Lauderdale and...
No, I'm not in on that group.
Ooh, okay.
So,
Claremont?
Wait a
in
minute.
Berkeley?
You're playing at Claremont Country Club?
That's correct.
Get your wow, what a flex. Now I'm mad I asked him.
Yeah.
Now I'm mad I
But
asked
you know
him.
what?
Hey.
I pushed it back to 3:20 so I could stay here all the way through till 12.
Okay.
Well, that's your job. We need a little more.
Yeah. The audience needs to know what you mean by 12.
Yeah.
2:12.
To most people, 12 already happened.
2:12.
Yeah, you gotta don't industry term all of these wonderful people who are walking around out there and loving the fact that the Warriors are up 1-0, even though their point guard is hurt.
And you got pants on, right?
I do.
Okay,
that's good.
Because I showed up one time to Claremont in shorts.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And what happened?
No shorts.
Yeah.
Pants only.
Well, I actually heard years back when Iguodala signed with the Warriors that he and Steph were over at Claremont deciding to become members or not. And when they found out it was pants only and no shorts, they were like, nah, we're out.
Wow.
That's a story. I don't know if it's true or not.
All right.
All right, so Warriors, bittersweet?
But before we, I just want to tell everybody we just had a glitch on YouTube, but it's back. So everybody get your butts back.
Okay.
On YouTube, we're live. We're good to go. Now go ahead.
Just what you guys think?
Have you been listening to us or got a little piece?
Well, meetings.
We hate it because we're not a part of
tacos. Then there were tacos, so I had to eat a bunch of tacos. So no, what'd you talk about? Warriors?
I'm being real with what I'm about to say.
We interviewed Pat Spencer.
I heard that you interviewed Pat.
He's awesome, man. He's balling. And
By the way, had you ever heard Pat?
Never.
I'm sorry. Have you ever heard Pat talk before last night?
No.
He sounds exactly like I thought he'd sound. He sounds like he looks.
That is incredible,
He sounds like a Midwestern lumberjack.
And he has a story, man, and this is why we love underdogs, Tibbs. But I got to go here, and I'm going to go here fast. Since the Steve Kerr era and me doing radio, having the blessing to do it here at 95.7 The Game, one of the most craziest takes I've heard was people saying, I'd rather lose the 2016 finals like we did because we got Durant and got 2 more. I hated every fiber and thought of that. Who would want to lose a championship? Well, if we would have won, we wouldn't have got Durant. So just keep that there.
Okay.
But that's how I feel about last night, Willard.
Well,
Gibbs, I feel like I'd rather take an L with Curry with a healthy hammy because the way we're playing D, and I'm saying I think we could go deep, and maybe even get it done. But now, as happy as I am, we won.
I don't think this is a crazy take at all.
I just was waiting for you to shoot it down.
No. Any Warrior fan, I want to look in the eye today and say, was not last night a win or a loss? What do you think?
Steiny, what would you say?
How do you answer that?
Come on.
The fact that he takes
that
was a win.
It was a win.
I was leaning win.
It was a win.
Oh, damn.
You won the damn game.
I feel like two things. Did it get easier? No, it got harder.
Right.
But you're up 1-0, and you can beat the Timberwolves without him.
But you don't know that.
Like, of course I don't know that.
You did last night.
Well,
so, if we're going to talk about their defense and Steve Kerr, we're number 1 since Jimmy came. And is Steph Curry the linchpin of their defense?
They should get better.
Right.
They should get better defense.
But is Minnesota going to be that bad in
probably not.
offensively?
Can you win one of the next 4?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so if Steph comes back game 6 and you're down 3-2, do we have action?
Yeah,
then?
we do.
Okay, fine. So last night was a win. You stole. Sorry, Rick. You stole a game on the road, and you know what, Steiny, you were right earlier. The one little snippet I heard, you didn't steal it. You took it. And you're like, well, taking it is technically stealing it, so which was kind of funny, but
they also
you didn't
gave
steal
it
it
to you.
You took it.
Talk to me, Will.
Exactly. It's like one of those things in your neighborhood where it's like, ooh, leave a book, take a book. And you didn't leave a book, but you just took a book.
Wow.
Well,
book.
Well, you know what? I can't remember off the top of my head. What was the score when Steph got hurt?
30-20.
We were
Okay,
up 10.
Up 10.
Yeah.
Late third quarter,
and
right?
they won by 11.
That's
30-20.
a 5.
Come on.
No,
dude.
this was the same.
30-20.
But I'd push back on the you beat him without Steph last night.
They won by 10.
They won by 1 because they were up by 10 when Steph left, which means you treaded water against a team that couldn't hit water out of a boat. And so, I'm going to join you in the answer, yes, it was a win. It was absolutely a win.
Stipulations,
I do think you feel better today than if Steph were healthy and you lost.
Oh, wow.
Like tomorrow night would be intense pressure if that were the case. Now you can kick your feet up to a degree. I think most people sort of expect Minnesota to bring a hammer back tomorrow.
You would think,
right? So, yes, I'll agree with you that it's a win, but for you to jump to that statement that they can't, yes, they're allowed to. They're allowed to beat Minnesota without him.
But
this is going to be hard.
The one thing I can see is, that I think is a possibility. Let's say Steph doesn't get hurt and they win that game. I'm sorry. I think they're treating tomorrow like house money. And now the Warriors have to come out and play with energy if they have an intent of winning that game. Like they're going to play guys are going to play more than they have, and they might play. I could almost see them playing harder than the Timberwolves even tomorrow in a crazy way.
You have to change your style a little bit, right? Like now, you kind of become the Houston Rockets. That's who you are now. You're the Houston Rockets. You got to rock fight them. You got to beat them up. You can try to win 90-87.
Hellified D.
And, if you can knock down a 3 here or there, great. If somebody can go off, Jalen Green game 2, great. If that can happen, wonderful. But you're not dynamic offensively anymore.
Right.
Period.
Yep. And the betting markets will tell you exactly what the nation thinks about it because, Boston's down 1-0, and they are still minus 370 to win their series.
There's been some fluctuation here because I know where you're going.
It went from minus 900 all the way down, but Minnesota's down 1-0, and they're still minus 210 to win the series.
And tomorrow's 10.5. They're favored by 10.5, Minnesota. That's ridiculous.
But that's also...
They were about the same, Minnesota was.
Okay, so it didn't change. Yeah. And by the way, if this makes you feel better, that is the stock spread for the home team lost game 1. It's the same spread for both teams tonight. 10.5.
Yep.
Everybody expects it's just like the Rockets in game 2.
Wow.
If you lose game 1 at home, there's the expectation that you are going to come out possessed in game 2, which Cleveland did for 3 3/4
I have never seen anything like it,
before
man.
they barfed on themselves like
knock somebody out.
Oh my God. They're in trouble.
Yeah, they are.
They're in trouble.
Yep.
They're in trouble. So, anyway, don't feel bad about that 10-point spread.
I got you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Did you think he's done?
Steph?
For the series?
No.
Okay.
No, I do think that game 6 is where, you would look at it and say, all right, that makes the most sense. That would be, 2 weeks after the injury. And the weird thing about this series is it's game day, all the way through. And then you have 3 days off. And I realized why. It's because, and God love them, the Valkyries. The Valkyries have a home game on the Friday before the Warriors have a potential Game 6 playoff game. So they couldn't, shoehorn that thing in there on Friday where they would have.
But now it seems like a blessing if you get there.
It's actually their first ever game. I think it's actually on Thursday, the 15th.
This is off
either
the
way.
chain.
It is their massive. It's their opener. It is their initial basketball game.
Man,
happens on Thursday. So yeah, maybe that's why they needed to. Now I don't know why couldn't you play it on Saturday? That's probably a TV thing.
Yeah,
Sunday audience.
Well,
you know what I mean? Steph Curry on a Sunday night. That's probably what that is. But yeah, the beauty. This is what to me what the beauty of winning last night is now, because if you do target game 6 for a return, you're probably going to get a game 6. I don't think Minnesota's going to win 4 in a row.
I'm with you.
And that's what they would have to do to prevent the scenario you're talking about, Tim.
Right. And I mean, best case is you go ahead and close out Minnesota in 5, and then, you give Steph all the time he needs to get ready for OKC or Denver in the next round. But, I think about 2016 when he slipped on Lake Montejunas.
Houston, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this was before they had KD, so it was not a super team, and they had people who, stepped up and got the job done.
Yeah. Have you seen
They're 9-3 in the postseason without Curry. But a lot of that was with Durant and Clay on the team.
Right. But now you got a different version of Durant. So we got to talk about what you thought when Buddy they had to call timeout for the shorts. I'm mad at everybody around him.
I mean,
you didn't notice Willard had the wrong trousers on? Come on, people.
Like
Tibbs, they had to call the time.
Got a lot of wardrobe malfunctions in baseball this year. And
but his buddy
Brandon Ayuk came out to practice.
But that's practice.
Buddy came out to the game. Some people think the Giants' New City Connects are also a wardrobe malfunction. There's a lot of that going around.
Yeah, Thurman Thomas not having his helmet in the Super Bowl. Famously.
Yep.
Same thing.
But of course, Buddy. Like,
it
wouldn't be
Buddy.
anybody
and that's
else.
what Spencer's just told us. He goes, of course it's Buddy. We love.
I mean, if you asked what Warrior is most likely to do that, I think 99.9% of the people say probably Buddy.
Minus 1,000 on Buddy Hield. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's nobody wanted to see Curry get hurt.
No,
man.
Well said, Steiny.
But it could be. The blessing in disguise would be if you can somehow win this series without him. Because then I think you get to the Western Conference Finals, and I get it, he's been hurt, but he's also probably going to be a little fresher than if he would have played 5 or 6 games. It's a big ask, but that's your silver lining if they could pull that off.
But did you agree with that? Because it's the hammy and so delicate. Like if it was an arm or a finger, I'm like, you're back, let's go. But that hammy, are you really ever out of the woods?
Probably not, but, at the same time, his thumb will not be targeted over the next 2 weeks. If he's out for a week and a half, his thumb should probably be a little bit better. And Steiny's right, his legs and, everything else. Remember, he had the bilateral knee tendonitis.
What happened to that?
Right, and he's got the bum ankles, and he's 37. So no matter what he needs to rest, it's going to get rested now. And for me, it comes down now to Jimmy Butler. Like, you brought in Jimmy you brought him in to be Batman. Fine. But he's been the dude before. So can you be that guy? And Mark is right about, like, how do you change the way you go about offensive basketball? It's going to be different now. And it's not going to be so much like, run around and Steph this and Steph that. It's going to be, I think, a lot more of, all right, Jimmy, here you go. Be the dude.
Yeah,
and,
no doubt.
Post up and facilitate, and let's see what you can do.
One thing that, you just see Curry go down, and you have to wonder, and I heard Dr. Panjo on this morning, and he says this is an injury of fatigue. And he cited, they've played 6 games in 11 nights, and they're playing every other game still. And, now you got to worry a little bit about Butler and Draymond. How many minutes are they playing, and how effective are they? But
yeah, shout out to the caller we got at the end of our show yesterday who was screaming at us that these guys are not old. 37 is not old.
Yep.
And I don't know why anybody talks about how these guys are old. Man. And we're like, right, in a global sense, they're not old. But if you think that their bodies are in the same space that Anthony Edwards' body is, it's just flat out not true.
Steph played 46 minutes Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. They've been playing 38 north of 40 a lot every other night for the last few nights. It's a lot of stress. This was kind of This is what we talked about on Friday as to why you didn't want to go to a Game 7.
No, damn.
Because these are the kinds of things that can happen. Now, on the flip side, I'd also say this. How impressed are you by the Warriors for being 5-3 right now in the Western Conference playoffs? And I would argue they're the only team in any of their games facing adversity through health. They have
you won
Jimmy
without
Butler.
Jimmy, yeah.
Jimmy Butler missed a couple games. Steph has now missed largely a game and is going to miss a bunch more. Pod's a sick game. GP2 a sick game. The Rockets never had anybody miss anything. The Wolves haven't had anybody miss anything. Naz Reid went out for a quarter. That's it. And they're still somehow winning these games. I do think that we are not acknowledging how good they've been defensively since February.
And Draymond especially.
Oh, my God.
Mean, we were there Friday. I was just like, what's going? He looks like the Wolverine.
He's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he was great again last night, both sides.
And hitting his shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you talk to your friend about how he spent 20 minutes complaining about the refs today?
Who did?
Finchie.
I didn't hear him today.
Yeah. Whole shoot around was all about the refs, how they're sending things into the league, and Rudy Gobert gets treated unfairly by the whole league, and nobody gets.
I didn't see that last night.
Finchie went through No, I didn't either, but acknowledge like we're rooting for the Warriors.
Yeah.
But Steve responded because they all brought it to Steve. They're like, "Here's what Finchie said."
Oh,
He's
wow.
like, well, I mean, he's not wrong. However, they bear hugged Steph for the entire quarter that Steph was out there. He goes, don't worry, I've got my clips I'm sending to the league too. And then kind of went into a whole thing about how this is the table that's been set
The posturing.
by the league with regard to how physical they're allowing it. He said Minnesota played Steph the exact same way Houston did. Bear hugged him, probably could have had 7 fouls on him that weren't called. So, game on. Here we go.
And we got one tomorrow.
I mean, it's par for the course in the playoffs. So we've had Thibodeau talk about it. We've had not LA. What was the other series? Oh, the first series with Houston and the Warriors. So and the Lakers didn't like the way that series was.
Tatum and Brown have talked about it.
Yeah. So
To me, it's no big deal other than that I don't think it's the greatest look when your team has missed 4,000 3-point shots in a row.
Like, that wasn't the night to do.
To come out and talk about the refs.
Well, I talked about it today.
Did you hear the stat?
Right? Yeah.
Last 2 games?
The worst shooting 3 ever?
12 for 76.
Yeah. They couldn't make a shot.
What percent is that, Steiny?
15.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gave it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's not good, I know that.
So
it sounds like he said it today.
Said it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
During shoot around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have it on NBA TV. When you get
Referencing
on.
last night.
No,
You'll be golfing.
He was saving stuff for Anthony Edwards last night.
He gave it to him.
You ever hear somebody say their transition offense was diabolical?
No.
Play it for him, Steiny.
Oh, God.
Who said that?
Finch.
Finch did. Yeah. It was.
Gotta let him hear it. You can't find it?
That one's not on my board.
Were you guys shocked with the way Minnesota played?
I couldn't believe it, Leo. So do you think it was Warrior defense? Like, it was Warrior defense, but they had fast breaks, Dibs, that were worse than CY. Oh, Dibs, why'd you go? Dude, it was bad.
Yeah, they were bad. They were bad. And I think the Warriors' defense was good. And then, the thing that makes me a little bit worried as a Warrior fan is the third quarter and the fourth quarter, they actually kind of found their sea legs.
I told you, Steiny was like, nah, good. I said, Steiny, 9. Dibs, they were making it a game.
Yep. And they played better after halftime. And I know that Steph was not there, but Steph won't be there. And so Minnesota in game 2, I do think that they're going to come out and play different and better, but they were awful in the first half.
That is
awful.
I mean,
all-time awful.
They had to play better in the second half. They had no choice.
Yeah.
I mean,
anyway, I told you guys they can go through dry spells. Like, they really can. They
That was a Mojave Desert, man.
What do you attribute it to? And I mean, we're just guessing.
Honestly, I think
were they rusty?
I don't know about rusty, but they hadn't played in 6 days, and the Warriors were already absorbed into playoff basketball.
I guess
I think they took them, but I think, believe it or not, you can come out in game 1 if you're the Timberwolves, and after 6 days, you're just not. Kerr said it, like they just took it to him right off the bat. And I think the Timberwolves were thinking, all right, we settle in here. We'll do this, we'll do that, we'll figure it out. No, it was 30-20, and then they couldn't buy a bucket.
See, that's what surprises me, though. And whatever the reason is, I've watched all 4 of the opening round
this
2
was
games,
one of its own, yeah.
They're the only home team that came out and they're just like, we're here. Like, where is your excitement?
Man.
Where is your energy?
They were boo birds.
You've been asking for the Warriors apparently for 2 years if you're Anthony Edwards, right?
He's got to come back.
You've just defeated the Lakers. You've got all the rest. Your home arena. Minnesota sports fans are phenomenal sports fans.
Warriors just played a Game 7.
Right. This place has got to be on its ear. And Anthony Edwards' energy
His
was
first shot, I'll never forget.
Like,
Splat. Wide left.
He looked like somebody made him be there. I was shocked by their energy. Like
11 points.
That's what you've got.
11
for this moment. That's what you've got,
man.
All I can tell you is when the when Timberwolves finished off the Lakers and the Warriors lost Game 6, I said to Goo, Minnesota can't be sitting around for 6 days. Like, that's not good for Minnesota. And that's what I think it was. I mean, I felt like the Minnesota Timberwolves treated that like Game 1, and the Warriors treated it like Game 8 of the playoffs. And they got beat. Steve Kerr, 4 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, he'll be in a great mood.
Steve Kerr is at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
He'll be in
I got you.
Yeah. Win or loss, Steve.
And as you get older in life,
that's life.
Hopefully Steph comes back. But you know what I mean? The injuries, I guess they mean more a little bit. Like, we've never seen this from Steph at this juncture. So it sucks that we don't get to watch him for 3 games, at least.
Stay hot today at Claremont. And the third hole, it's a hole-in-one hole. I'm not trying to, jinx you.
That's the one downhill?
Yep. Okay. A little bit of a blind pin.
Who you golfing
You got
with?
a couple of aces.
Who you golfing with?
You don't know him.
No.
But how'd you get there? Through this guy?
I was invited.
Yeah.
No, through this guy, Big Wig?
Who?
The guy you're golfing with that got you to the Claremont.
He's a member there.
Yeah.
Yes, if he was a bigwig.
Well,
you've never. He's just a businessman. I mean,
is he a businessman or is he a businessman?
He don't even know what that is. I don't even know the reference.
Jay-Z. This man over here.
Come on, man.
Guru, this man.
He's a hip-hop legend, man.
He continues to sneakily surprise me.
He's the white Don Cornelius. Like, this dude knows his stuff, man.
Yeah, that's actually a
I'm in the car like, how did Will know that?
Dude, and off the air, he will, secret undercover stuff. Steiny, I don't want to,
I've lived a life over here. There's a lot of life that's
I don't want to keep you, because I'm going to be broadcasting live.
I kind of do. I'll keep you.
Willard,
go ahead.
Willard, he's playing Claremont.
I know.
It's a sunny day.
He's got plenty of time.
He's got a sweater on.
Which is weird inside.
We're going to hold it down.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And, for all you Warrior fans, keep it locked right here on 95.7.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God. How many times are we going to start off the show with that? I can't even fathom this team. You got to be kidding me that this is the way this is all gone. You have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me that they went from play-in tournament to Game 7 on the road to doing that without Jimmy Butler for 2 games to taking it to Minnesota in Game 1 and losing Steph.
The chef.
And for those of you who have been working or whatever you're doing with your day, here is the official word on Steph. He will not be reevaluated until early next Wednesday, which means he is officially out for games 2, 3, and 4. And I would say a massive cloud of doubt at minimum sits there for game 5, which is a week from tonight.
Yep.
So that's what you're looking at, but you got the 1-game lead. So give me a little bit more on what you already said on the crossover. And we're going to open it up to you right now and actually stress to you that Steve Kerr is coming on in an hour and 45 minutes. So if you would like to get in, and we would love for you to get in, do it now. Let's get the energy out right away. 888-957-9570. You wake up today, you get this news. Steph is out at least 3 more games and very possibly more. Do you view last night as a win or a loss?
It's a win, and it's a win because you won the game. And it's a win because you need to win 4 of these games. And also, the way you won had very little to do with Steph Curry. And I know Steph was starting to get hot, and he was starting to go on a heater, but you won the game because Buddy and Jimmy and Pat and Draymond and everybody else. So can you beat Minnesota 1 or 2 or 3 more times in that fashion? I believe you can. And I think that what you did last night was awesome. Like, the defense was great. Minnesota's offense was flat. They were flat. Their offense was terrible. But I do think that what they did defensively is something that can carry forward in the series. And if Steph doesn't come back till game 6, and maybe he doesn't come back until after that, but can you get 1 win between now and when Steph comes back? Yeah. Can you get 2 wins? Absolutely. Like Jimmy Butler, this is why you brought in Jimmy Butler.
Well,
Jimmy Butler.
I don't agree with that statement.
Well, you didn't bring him in thinking, okay, Steph's going to be gone, and so that's why you brought him in.
You brought him in to help Steph, not replace him.
Right, but now that Steph is out, Jimmy's a guy who can do this.
You look at
Jimmy and what he's done in the playoffs with lesser talent than he has now, and he's won games.
That's true.
So I'm not shaken at all. I'm bummed for Steph, but I don't think now that, wow. I mean, series over.
No towels getting thrown in at all.
No.
And I'll agree with you. It's a win. It's a win because you scored more points than the other team.
It's a win.
You won 1-0. And so, what's going to happen next? I have no idea. We should probably stop predicting what's going to happen with the Golden State Warriors. They've obviously got an emotional resolve that is elite. I think that much is very clear. Just look at the last 2 weeks at what this team, even if I just gave you 3 headlines and I didn't even go past that, you've already dealt with Jimmy Butler out 2 games. You have now dealt with Steph out a game with more to come, and you handled a game 7 on the road. You've done all that. You did all that in the last week and a half. Your emotional resolve is letter A. You win. You win. Probably more so than any other team in the NBA, if you look around at the way things have played out. I don't know if that's enough, but it's what you draw on. In a moment like this, it's exactly what you draw on. And yeah, they still have basketball players. Well, they've got Jimmy Butler. You're hoping
Draymond Green, who was awesome.
Yes, you have
awesome
you have an elite one, and you have maybe the best defensive player in the game. Certainly a short list of them, and then you have a bunch of guys who you are hoping for some sort of consistency, and you might get it. You'll probably get it here or there. I'm with you. I don't think that Minnesota's going to go win 4 in a row. I would bet firmly against that, actually. Yeah, so that in theory keeps this thing alive. I'm not going to say this isn't a huge gut punch, though.
No, it's a gut punch.
I stand by the statement I made earlier in the playoffs, which is that strength in numbers is not this team's deal. And if they have to play an extended period without Steph or Jimmy, they're probably done. Now, does this count as extended? I don't know yet.
Yep.
I don't know yet.
We'll see. And I do think that when you look at last night's game, and Steph Curry played 13 minutes, and he took 9 shots, by the way, in 13 minutes, which he was starting to feel like it was going to be one of those Steph games where he goes, 15 for 31 or whatever he would have done, but he was feeling it, and he was feeling great. He had 13 points in 13 minutes, but when he went out, it felt to me like Buddy Hield might as well have put on the 30 jersey because he thought he was Steph. He played like he was Steph Curry, and Buddy Hield Like, God love him. The lefty teardrop, the three, the catch and shoot, off the dribble.
I mean,
Buddy Hield, he thinks that he's Steph Curry.
He does, and he's not. And
well, he was last night.
No, but not really.
Kind of.
Well, kind of, but also kind of not. But two things happened with Buddy Hield that I want to share that are kind of quirky and fun. Number one, when he was 0 for 8, I was true to my word. I was not annoyed by him. I promised that I'm never going to be annoyed by Buddy Hield ever again, and I wasn't when he was 0 for 8. Second thing that happens, we're sitting there with my kids last night, and my oldest son, they'll come up with the weirdest stats, and maybe they're true and maybe they're not. I have no idea. But he states, he goes, "Hey, Dad, did you know that one of the times when Buddy Hield was on the Kings, they tracked his three-pointers, and when he was catch and shoot, he was 88%. But if it was off the dribble, it was 11. And I'm like, that can't be true, but let's play with that.
Sure.
And then, right on cue, Buddy starts firing off the dribble, clank, clank, and the rest of the night, every single catch and shoot three didn't even hit the rim. Splash, splash, splash. And he would just look at me every time and laugh. He's like, "See, I told you." So therefore, Buddy is not Steph. Buddy's not Steph. He cannot do things off of the dribble that Steph Curry can do. But if he just does what he did last night, I mean, it's kind of what everyone's been bugging or begging Buddy to do all year long. It's what he was doing at the beginning of the year. It's what he's done the last 2 games. And yes, that will be enough if he can do that consistently. And that is a very big if.
It's a huge if, and you need other things to actually happen, like pods to play the way that he has played up until last night. And we can go through Moses Moody, and you mentioned JK on our thread, and you could talk about all of the others. They mostly were not great.
Not impressive,
last night.
but you just need one, and you had Buddy again.
Right. Well, now Buddy is going to have to be Steph-ish, not Steph, but he's going to have to be Steph-light. He's going to have to be your three-point threat, your scoring threat. Draymond Green was fantastic again last night.
Amazing.
And he's going to have to be an actual scoring threat over the next 4 or 5 games.
Yep, he will. And the Warriors are always such an effective team whenever he does just anything offensively. And so, sure, if he wants to hit 4 3-pointers in the first half every night, that would be wonderful.
That'd be
I'll take
fun,
it.
yep.
One other name I do want to throw out. For me, the most impressive of the non-big names on the Warriors was definitely Kevon Looney. I thought Kevon Looney was just fantastic in this basketball game. And I did have a little feeling going into it just because of the presence of Gobert and Julius Randle and Naz Reid. I'm like, you're going to need, remember you and I talked about it yesterday, I'm going to need some Looney in here at times.
Yep.
And then they needed him even more than they thought. And I just thought, especially defensively and rebounding the ball, I thought he was tremendous in this basketball game.
No doubt. And I think that GP2 also was really solid in the minutes that he played. And, when you start to look at what a game 2 might look like, and I'm not quite trying to get there yet because it's tomorrow, and we're going to bask in yesterday, which was a game 1 steal of a win without Steph Curry. But yeah, GP2 and Kevon Looney, and I thought Draymond Green, once he realized that the chef was going to be gone, he switched into a mode that, I think about if Draymond was on another team, that would be the Draymond you'd probably see. Like a guy who actually looks to score.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, we've had that conversation for years of like, what would Draymond be worth to another team? Because like, you don't want to lean on his offense. He does a lot of good things on offense, but usually it's setting others up or leading to something else. I mean, I don't.
Because that's what wins.
Right.
I don't want 10 threes last night.
And I don't want to rely on his 3-point shot.
Right.
Like, that's not going to be there every night.
And I don't know how many times in his career he's taken 10 threes. That might have been the first and the foremost. I'll look that up. But the fact that he took 10 threes, and every time he took one, I'm like, yeah, take it, Draymond.
Yeah, it was the right shot every time.
What else do we have,
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's the other thing. I think if you're a fan of this team, you just sort of need to get mentally prepared for what we're about to see. And there will be gaps. There are going to be gaps in the offense. there will be 4.5-minute stretches where the Warriors don't score. That's just the way it's going to have to be. I look at this now as a team that if they're going to do this, and I don't even know what this means, but like if you're going to win one or two of these non-Steph games, you're going to have to just be maniacal on defense. You're going to have to be maniacal. I thought they were maniacal last night. You have to do that again. That takes a lot of energy.
It does.
And you got to do it every other night with plane flights in between. And so this is a lot to ask. I think they can do it, but it is a lot to ask. And I think every fan needs to just sit with the idea that, you're going to get some gaps in the offense. It's just going to happen.
If I can define this for you, for me, are they going to do this? What this is still be alive when Steph can play again. That's what this is.
Yeah, although I know you're not wrong. If it's game 6 and they're down 3-2, you're still in it. Boy, I'd love it if they could be up 3-2, though.
Agreed. But if it's game 6 and you're down 4-1, that means Steph doesn't get to play.
That is correct. You know what this is? It's Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Want to let everybody know right out of the gate, a little bit of a time change for Steve Kerr. He is not going to be at 4. He will be at 5. 5 o'clock for Steve Kerr. That opens up more time for you. By the way, it opens up more time for us to play Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler at the podium last night. If you didn't hear that, it's beyond amazing. So we're going to have that for you. But yes, let's get to you. Was last night a win or a loss? 888-957-9570. We are going to your calls right now on Willard and Tibbs.
Bounce pass to Edwards. And Payton got away with a grab. Edwards goes in. No good. Rebound Draymond. That should have been a foul on Payton outside. Payton comes middle. Throws to the right corner. Hield right there. Fires and hits again. Oh, Buddy Love has given Golden State a 22-point lead. 55-point lead. 55-35.
My name is Buddy. I'm Batman. I saved the day. I'm nice.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm Batman.
I don't know if I can remember anything like this. Because remember, he introduced himself to the Bay Area sports fan in a wonderful way.
My name is Buddy.
Right. And then he quickly, after a month and a half, became, oh, that's why the Kings fans get so triggered by him. Okay.
Well, but 3 weeks in, it was like, oh my God, Buddy.
Right. So when you loved him, and then you realized him, and then it just sat there until Sunday. And I don't know if I've ever seen a Bay Area athlete.
I saved the day.
Turn a corner, change the narrative, and for good. Like, in other words, I don't think the narrative can go back the other way anymore. It's over.
Right.
He is beloved.
He is.
Forever.
Sure.
It's over.
But you look at last night, and I'm looking at the game log right now, and he was 0 for his first 8.
Mm-hmm.
And
my name is Buddy.
Didn't care.
Here are the distances of the shots he missed.
But my energy when he was 0 for 8, you keep doing you, buddy. I was like his dad.
Because they were up 10.
I saved the day.
Yeah.
They're up 10. If they were down 14, it might have been different, but I'm with you. I'm never going to turn on Buddy, but I'm looking at the shot distance of his misses. 22, 3-footer, 0, 1, 13, 0, and 2.
Correct.
So he missed 5 shots inside of 3 feet.
Absolutely. That's why Jimmy Butler after the game was like, use the backboard.
Right.
That's what it's there for.
And I can't wait. And he calls him Butters, too, which I love. Butters.
That's why Buddy said
my name is Buddy.
That's right. He goes, why are you calling me Butters? He goes, Buddy is short for buddies. It's like, no, it's not.
My name is Buddy.
My name is Buddy, which is hysterical because no, it's not.
No, your name is Shavana.
Exactly.
Your name is actually not Buddy or Butters. Buddy. Right. My name is Buddy.
I'm Batman.
That dynamic it's a movie.
It is.
It's a freaking movie.
They finish the entertainment and then they come out and do the after show.
Right.
It's incredible.
And the after show is almost as good as the actual movie itself.
Well, we're going to play the whole thing for you a little bit later on in the show because it dawned on me on the way in today that a lot of Warrior fans, first of all, you might go watch this at a public place, or when the game ends, you turn it off. You turn it off.
Or your wife turns it off.
You don't know what happens after the game. I'm driving in talking to my parents today. Oh, how about those Warriors, Mark? Yeah, pretty amazing, right? And then I go, hey, did you guys see Jimmy and Buddy after the game? No. I go, do you even know at all about the dynamic that got created there over the last few months? No. They were 100% unaware that this even happens. They didn't even know, let alone hear it.
But they're in their 80s. But still, your point is well made.
But I think there are a lot of people out there that you don't hear this.
Right.
And it's unbelievable.
It's beyond hilarious where, the dynamic between the two and, even like the Steph stuff where, okay, he's the petty king and he's wearing sunglasses. You have to really be dialed in to understand why he wore sunglasses in Game 7.
Exactly.
To really understand the reference. But these two, if you just watch the post game,
these two, that should be the name of their show, dude. These two,
like Butters and Butler, right? Yeah, and part of it is so funny because now that Buddy Hield is like, Buddy, dude, I'm like,
Buddy.
My name is Buddy.
You're kind of lightweight carrying the team, and so Jimmy Butler has to sit there and begrudgingly give him his flowers, but not really.
I've never seen Grandy and Lucas so excited in my life for a new drop. This is going to absolutely run our station.
My name's Buddy.
Which one?
For the rest, my name is Buddy. That's it.
My name is Buddy.
That's the one.
I'm Batman.
Well, that's good too. I'm not saying
I saved the day.
Yeah,
I'm nice.
They're all good.
He's got 4 already on the board, perhaps. It's
Oh, God.
He's amazing.
It's over. He is beloved forever.
Forever.
You are Travis Ishikawa. You are Cody Ross. You are, God, who else? I mean, do we want to go back to, people who had like rando plays for the Niners in Super Bowls in the 80s?
In the 90s, yeah.
Like
is Marco Scudero too much?
No, absolutely. No, it's not at all. I mean, that looking up at the sky with the rain coming down.
Yep.
Like all of the, and maybe we're actually doing Buddy a disservice because this is an all-time three-point shooter in many respects. So I don't want to make him sound like he was picked up off the scrap heap as a DFA and suddenly came out here. But that's it. Like, that's it. I don't care where this goes next. If the Steph injury leads to them losing this series, that's it. Buddy Hield is cemented in this town.
And I don't want to go too far over my skis with the comp, but he has a little bit of Hunter Pence for me. Because Hunter has a personality. The Hunter Pence personality, he came in with his scooter and his bug eyes and his, triple contact base hit. And
good one.
I mean, Hunter Pence.
Freaking Bay.
Yep.
Hunter Pence as a player is a lot like Buddy Hield, where if you look at Hunter's career, it's like he was better as an overall baseball player than I think that many people give him credit for.
He was a very, very good player.
And Buddy Hield, I think, is a very good player.
Well,
when you look back at his career, if you're talking about him being a top 8 3-point shooter of all time, and right now he's 15.
But it's just that. It's just the 3-point shooting.
Right.
It's not like what's amazing about Buddy Hield in these last few days is even the stuff where okay, you missed a shot, you wore the wrong shorts, the most Buddy stuff ever.
Right.
You've also seen that there is some heady basketball in there too. There was actually defense. There's defense. And there are plays where he's running them correctly and getting in the right spot. And I know Jimmy makes fun of him for not being in the right spot. I'm not saying he's suddenly now Draymond Green and he's thinking his way and through the matrix and the rest of the world can't keep up. I'm not saying that. But the reputation of Buddy Hield, and in fact what he even plays up, he plays into the narrative, is not 100% true. Or it hasn't been over the last week. At least that, All right, 888-957-9570. Last night feel like a win or a loss to you? Lottie, you want to weigh in? Let's go to Spencer in Oakland. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for calling.
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. Definitely feels like a win. I remember in years past that we've missed Steph for a couple games and been okay. So I believe if you play defense like that, that you can scrap one or two of these and bide your time until he gets back. Not that it's going to be easy by any means, but you hold the team under 90 points, that's saying something. And I kind of want to preface the next thing that I'm going to say with the fact that I really like Anthony Edwards. I want to see, I think the NBA could use the second coming of Michael Jordan if he's really going to be that. And I would love to see it for the league and just for the excitement of it. But those press conferences last night were a perfect example of why he's not there yet and why he's got a ways to go. If he had developed and matured to the point where he was ready to kind of put that hat on, he would have showed up to that press conference after his head coach called him out, would have showed up to that press conference alone, taken responsibility, and been serious about it. But what I saw was he showed up between Naz Reid and another teammate, kind of laughed it off and, didn't agree with his head coach and said, no, I thought I was playing good defense and everything else. So I think that right there is another reason why the Warriors can still take this series sans Steph, because he's not quite ready yet. He's still amazing, right? He'll still drop 50 sometimes, but he's just not at the level of leadership that I think that squad is going to need to win a championship. And so I think that kind of, leaves us a little bit of opportunity. And yeah, I mean, I kept yelling at the TV last night, and I'll probably yell it all series long. Put a body on Naz Reid. He will shoot the lights out if you let him. And just play good defense. And I loved seeing Kuminga in the game. We're going to need him now. So he needs all the minutes he can get. So thank you for taking my call, folks.
All right, Spencer, thanks.
Yeah.
Real quick, not where we want to focus this whole thing. I actually don't know. I'm not 100% sure. We'll ask Steve at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't know if this does open up a ton more minutes for Jonathan Kuminga for this reason. Yes, you need scoring, and at times he can provide it. But if the premise has been all along, he has a hard time being on the floor when Jimmy and Draymond are both there. I think this leads to Jimmy being out on the floor potentially even more. Like you're leaning now so heavily on Jimmy and Draymond. I don't know where I'm sure Kuminga is going to get into some of these games, if not all of them.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think it opens up some huge runway again.
Agreed.
This is not his position. This is not
right.
This is not the position that Kuminga plays. You're going to see probably. I mean, what if I asked you this? Who plays more minutes in the next 3 games?
The answer is Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer or Jonathan Kuminga?
I couldn't even wait for the question because the answer is Pat Spencer. And I thought JK last night was fine. He did some okay things. He had a three. He had a nice cut and he got a pass.
Handful of other plays again that made you want to just pull everything out the side of your head
a little bit. And it was a complete amalgamation sensation for the Warriors. They put everybody out there, and we can ask Steve today at 5 o'clock about and I think Steve answered it last night. He was asked about the rotation. Did it get bigger because of Steph? And Steve said, well, yeah. When Steph went out, then now we're going to play. He played 12 guys. So
you got to find buckets wherever you can get them now.
Right. So going forward now, I wonder where that comes from. And I look at, if you want to talk about who was the problem last night, and I don't want to dwell on this because they won the damn game, but I thought Moses Moody again was like
Moody was a concern.
I mean, where are we, Moses?
Yeah,
Pods was bad, and Moody was not good, and JK was okay. And so as we start to look at a post Steph Curry series, who can you play right now? Who you can actually trust?
I don't know who you can trust, and this goes back to where we were last year, where you have to decide who you trust based on how they do when you stick them out there.
Right.
And so you're going to have to stick people out there a little bit and then see how it goes, You did just mention the 3 players, I guess Keith Santos too.
Yeah.
You in a text thread last night, the idea of plus minus came up, which is a stat that gets used a lot. It's also not definitive because you're basically being individually held accountable for what all 5 people are doing while you're out there.
Right.
So not a great stat, but you just mentioned the people who found a way in a double-digit win to have a negative plus minus. Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, and Brandon Pajemski. Now, Pods was only -1. He was only -1, and he had pretty heavy minutes at 29. Kuminga in 13 minutes found a way to be -9, and Moody in only 9 minutes found a way to be -14.
Yeah.
So do whatever you want with that number. Yes, those were the guys that I thought made more negative plays than positive.
And
that's how I'll say it.
I mean, Pods 1 for 7. He had 8 rebounds. So
exactly.
That's partly why he was a -1, and he played pretty good defense. And you look at that, and the reason why plus minus is so deeply flawed, Quentin Post played 6 minutes and he was a +14.
Right.
And he didn't shoot.
And had a rebound. It was the only stat. He grabbed 1 rebound.
So he's out there for 6 minutes running up and down. Mm-hmm. He gets 1 rebound. He doesn't shoot. He's a +14.
Right.
So we look at that and we say, yeah, QP.
Let it go.
You were the key.
Well, you weren't the key, but what you can say is, well, you didn't drive this thing into the ground.
Yep.
You were out there and you didn't drive it into the ground. And there were moments where, look, Moody's shot is lost. I don't know where it is. It shows up in garbage time.
It's on a milk carton.
Yeah, it shows up in garbage time. It's the only time we've seen it recently, which is unfortunate because he was becoming a special defensive player for the Warriors. And so I still think they're going to need him. Jonathan Kuminga at times was able to do some things on the defensive side of the ball. I think he's been way better on defense than he has on offense. I know he knocked down a shot. I know he cut to the basket, and Draymond found him beautifully for a dunk. Great. You made a nice cut, and great. You knocked down, and I think he knocked down both of his free throws, right? He went to the line one time, and he knocked down both of his free throws. But it's also 2 turnovers in only 13 minutes and very limited touches. Like, there's a lot of mistakes going on out there. He's better on the defensive side than he is on the offensive.
Yeah.
That's how I see it right now.
I just worry about Moses and not only the 0 for 4, but the fact that he only played 8.5 minutes. So,
well, I didn't go back to him because he's lost right now.
Right. Well, he's lost, but Steph Curry's out, and he's going to be out for game 2, probably 3, 4, maybe game 5. I don't know when Steph is coming back, and nobody really knows how he'll respond from this, but right now, you look at your mainstays, and it's Buddy. And I every time I say that, I have to actually pause.
Buddy Hield.
Dude, Buddy Blank and Hield. It's Buddy, Jimmy, and Draymond.
Buddy.
Yes, it's Butters.
Buddy Hield, Buddy Hield might be your leading scorer in this series. He might be. He's your leading scorer in the last 2 games.
I'm Batman.
He was your leading scorer again last night.
Is he Batman?
He's your leading scorer.
Right. I cannot imagine Jimmy Butler like, okay, I'll be Robin.
I mean, if he's knocking down threes, they're going to keep feeding the man.
Yep.
And
I saved the day.
Yeah. Quick math.
It never gets
last
old.
2 games, he's averaging 28.5 a night.
Wow. Right.
So, ride that horse.
Feed that man.
That's right. Let's go to Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for having me. Big win last night. I think a lot of it has to do with the Warriors culture. The last series, they lose games 5 and 6, and what do the Warriors do? Internal team meeting. Steve Kerr says, I didn't have them ready. He has apparently a side conversation with Green. They come out and crush Game 7. They come out in this first game, and they crush it. You look at what happens to Anthony Edwards. He has a bad game. What does his coach do? Jumps on his back. I think just that by itself, showing how Kerr believes in his team and believes in his players, is where that massive advantage is. Thanks. I'll take my reply on the air.
Yeah, Bob, thank you very much for that. I would just say this. I agree with kind of your sentiment, but I also think both coaches are playing with a completely different deck of cards. And I know Minnesota was in the conference finals last year, but when you go into a road game 7 as a coach and you can lean on names like Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler as far as what to say to your team and how to get you ready for a moment like that, Finch doesn't have that. Finch doesn't have that. I don't care that Anthony Edwards is a star and he went to the conference finals last year. Like today in the film room, and DiVincenzo already said nobody was safe in that film room today.
Yep.
Nobody was safe. And he's right. You all sucked. Naz Reid, you can leave a little bit early. Outside of that, the rest of you all stunk buckets last night. Terrible. Terrible game. So what happens in that locker room? What happens if they lose again tomorrow night? Or who's the one that gets a young team, and they're not all young, but some of them are, who gets a young team to believe that the Warriors are still dangerous without Steph Curry? Like, this is the opposite. Think how many times Steve Kerr has told us he hates it when the other team loses their star.
Yeah.
Because you automatically drop your shoulders. Remember when Jokic was out and the Nuggets were called, they're going to beat the Nuggets without Jokic, and you got ran, and Aaron Gordon was amazing. Well, that's where the Warriors are now. The Warriors don't have Steph. It's going to be hard for Minnesota to not relax.
Yeah, but you could look at the series score, and you should be able to, get motivated knowing that you dropped game 1.
You'd think.
You would imagine. And, it's interesting because your number 1 vet would be Mike Conley, but he's not the alpha dog in the room. And the other one would be Rudy Gobert. And I'm a little bit more laissez-faire in my leadership approach. And, I had a very quiet game. I just did what I did, and I did not look to score very much. And I rebounded when the ball came to me, but by and large, it's a long series, and I feel like we will be okay.
I haven't listened to enough Rudy to even know if this is a good impression, but I like it either way.
Oh, it's terrible.
I just like listening to it.
I appreciate it.
This is fantastic.
There'll be some croissant and some escargot later in the week.
I'll take the croissant.
Sure. Of course, we'll add that in we'll add that in there.
Yeah.
It's with all my impressions, they're mostly like caricatures.
Whatever they are. Whatever they are. It's funny. So
appreciate it.
Yeah, it works.
I mean, Gobert was supposed to be this impenetrable force in this, and he was pretty ineffective last night.
Rudy Gobert's an important player. He's not a great player. Nobody's ever going to mistake Rudy Gobert for a great player. There's a few aspects of what he does do really well. He can protect a rim if he really, really wants to. But, I think this is, quick aside, this is kind of what Draymond's been getting at over the years. I know this was only one game, but I want you to watch those two players, and you tell me which one is worthy of a DPOY. Holy hell. You got to be kidding me. Rudy Gobert, you're just tall. Not a great defensive player. You're a big presence, and you focus on it sometimes, but you're 7'2", and you can't even average 11 rebounds in this league for a great team. Rudy Gobert is an important player. He's not a great player. My take.
Well, he has 4 DPOIs.
Exactly, which is a joke.
Yeah.
That's a joke. He doesn't have the technique of the other players we talk about, the Evan Mobleys, the Dyson Daniels, the Draymond Greens. He doesn't have the technique. He's just a big old dude in the center. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Oh, man, what a win. It's a win. And let's not forget, these Warriors, they're 18. They're not just, we got one guy and one guy and all. They literally play as a team offensively and defensively. And more importantly, man, it's so glaring just watching the game yesterday. So they really benefited from, playing the Rockets. The Rockets made the Warriors a better team. They're smarter now. They're grittier. They're tougher. They are stronger. And a solid proof of that is when Looney came in the game, and they couldn't handle Looney because Looney had that battle with Şengün and Steven Adams, made him a stronger player. The problem with the Cubs is that the Lakers, with their lousy, lazy offense, didn't make them better. So they're playing on a regular season level, while the Warriors were, like 5 notches above of the level of play that the Timberwolves were playing yesterday. And they didn't know what they hit them. They got hit by a sledgehammer. So what now? I mean, now, without Steph Curry, of course, that's not a small problem. But like I said, these guys, they know how to play as a team, and they're going to rally, man. Watch out for Spencer. That guy is scrappy, man. I can't wait. Go Warriors.
Yeah, Jonathan, thanks. I told the kids when we were watching that one, might have been one of my favorite Warrior moments of the year. Not that Pat Spencer made the shot, that it even occurred to him to try it. He drove on Julius Randle.
Let's go.
Hysterical.
Right.
Absolutely hysterical. I loved it. Did last night feel like a win or a loss? Now that you know that Steph Curry is out for at least games 2, 3, and 4. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in 2 hours. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel.
Spencer to bring it up from Draymond. Spencer right side. Takes Randall. Throws up a hook shot, and he banked it in off the glass. Pat Spencer with a bucket. It's 74-53 Warriors.
Bay Area, it's Pat Spencer. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's just perfect.
Dude, Pat Spencer.
Pat sounds like he's eating whenever he talks. It always sounds like he's got maybe like a big chaw on his cheek or something like that, which is exactly how I thought he would sound. Is that the first time you've pulled that one out?
Well, you want to go behind the scenes fully here?
Yes.
So we get a bunch of people from the Warriors, players and coaches, that record stuff for us on Media Day way back in October.
You mean they're not here right now when they do that stuff? Go ahead.
Like Studio 8 or whatever?
And there is a lot of them, and the day in which I went through and put them all together, I did not have a ton of time. So I saw Pat Spencer, and I was like, you know what?
We're never going to need that.
So today I went back and did it.
Good for you. And thank you so much for the behind the curtain. That is awesome because I'd never heard.
I didn't know we had that. Yeah. Like you just played it. I'm like,
I mean, are there other ones that are still unearthed that you have yet to bring out?
Probably like Braxton Key.
I was going to say, do we have Dennis Schroeder? Do we have?
We don't. Only ones that were Warriors.
Guten Tag, this is Dennis Schroeder. I'm eating a schnitzel. And while I'm eating this, you're listening to Willard and Dibs. I'll be traded 4 times at the deadline. It's a 1 for my Schroeder, but I'm trying here. I'm trying, people.
I think both were highly offensive, but the Gobert one was
I
better.
thought the Guten Tag was a good way to start it.
The Gobert one, he's an opponent. He's Gobert. I'm fine with it. The Dennis one was very uncomfortable. I'm not going to...
I was traded, let me count, 1, 2, 3 times at the deadline. It's actual German right there. Just hit the buzzer.
Not good.
Guten Tag. I thought the Guten Tag was a good way to start it.
Oh, my gosh. Well, anyway.
Anyhow.
Sorry, Dennis.
Whatever, you're out.
All Dennis did was get traded here, and people were excited about it, and he caught nothing but strays the rest of the way. Nothing.
He got nothing but trades.
Yeah,
he got traded literally 3 times in a day.
He didn't play well. And then he told everybody, told Dalton Johnson that, what did he call it? Organized slavery? Or something like that. It was like something that was like, whoa, dude, like, hey, hang on a second. I'm sure this is uncomfortable for you and your family, but hold on. Let's not use that word. You make millions of dollars a year. So, like, let's hit the brakes there. And then he ends up on the Pistons somehow, and he's like in their finishing lineup in a playoff series.
Yep.
What a weird year for him. And then little does he know that back in the Bay Area, some radio host is just absolutely crushing his voice.
I actually nailed it. And I do a Kevin Knox, too, but I'm waiting for the rejoin. Hi, this is Kevin Knox II. You don't have one? You don't have a Knox?
Here's the thing.
I don't want to go through it all again.
Just go through it.
Dibs nailed that impression, but nobody knows.
Exactly.
No one's ever heard him talk.
It's like when I do my Wiggins, it's a 5 out of 5.
Do your Wiggins again. Do the Wiggins again.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
And scene. There's my Wiggins. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. All right. We're live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed, in San Francisco. And we love having Laughing Monk along for the ride here at 95.7 The Game. All right, let's keep going. Did last night feel like a win or a loss? Steph Curry's out till at least Game 5, maybe longer. But the Warriors are up 1-0. Let's go to Qbert in Alameda. And by the way, Qbert, for those of us old enough, that was like I was a Qbert guy.
Yeah.
Much more than a Spaced Invaders or a Pitfall. Grandy, do you even know what Qbert is? Do you know what that is?
No, I don't think so.
God.
It's a video game.
Yeah. It's a great video game. It's this little gargoyle thing with a big nose that would jump around on a pyramid and change the colors of all the squares that he landed on.
Yep.
It was a ton of fun. Games have grown a little bit since then.
No doubt.
Anyway, hi, Qbert. Thanks for calling.
Hey. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Ask him, does he know who E.F. Hutton is? He's going to say no to that as well. But listen.
Do you know what E.F. Hutton is, Grandy?
I don't think so.
Well,
when E.F. Hutton talks,
you're supposed to listen.
What do people do?
Oh, sorry.
They listen.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
I jumped on it. That's my bad.
Anyway,
I jumped
it's all right.
on it.
What's up, Cubert?
Cubert, what's happening?
What's going on?
Hey, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun being an old fart because you can say things and these Gen Xers, they don't know what the heck you're talking about. But
Exactly.
listen, man, I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I love the fact that this thing it's an adventure. We don't know what's about to happen. It's okay. I'm game for this. Listen, nobody, even if Steph would have played, we were still underdogs. We came out of there with a win, being underdogs. And look, we're going back to full circle. This is how we started the season. We're playing everybody. We're going to have to piecemeal this thing together until or if Steph comes back. If not, listen, we've got the number one defense since that big Jimmy Butler trade in the whole NBA. So if you start from that point, it makes no sense to go beyond that because we're a new team. So what's going to happen? Who knows? But does anybody really feel that Minnesota has this thing sewed up? And I think one caller brought it up perfectly well in that press conference. I thought I played well. Man, real leaders, they say, you know what? They'll tell you they sucked before you tell them they sucked. So I'm perfectly fine with this. I don't know what's going to happen, but listen, even if we lose this series, we've already won. We got to 2 rounds. And if you go back 2 months ago, we didn't even see playoffs. No way. So I'm good. I'm good with this, guys. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And if we can sneak out one more win, all the pressure's on Minnesota. All the pressure. They can't shoot right now. If that gets into their heads any time in this game, then we're going to win. And one other thing real quick. Someone said this. We can use Steph as a decoy. I think this is one. Steph can still shoot. He might not be able to run the screens and run through people, but he can shoot. Leave him open. If you don't trust him, I'm saying at some point. When if it's 3 games, he gets back. We're not going to run him still. He's got, but you have to respect the gravity. Anyway, y'all have a great one.
Hubert, thanks. I mean, as far as your point there at the end, they're not putting him out on the floor if he can't run.
Right.
That would put you at a terrible spot. First of all, for him, that's not safe. Second of all, on defense, he would get attacked. Like, you can't go out there until you're healthy and ready to go. Now, your larger point is what's interesting to me, and this is almost like a little test run for me. And here's what I mean by that. I said yesterday, whenever you're in the playoffs, if your team won the most recent game, your chest is out and you're a foot above ground. You don't think anything's wrong in the world. When your team loses the most recent game, you're terrified. Like, even when the Warriors were still up 3-2, people were like, uh-oh. And the Warriors were still in the catbird seat. So if you've lost the most recent game, you're super negative. This one's fascinating to me because almost everybody who's calling still thinks last night was a win. And I know that on the scoreboard it was. But I think if I had offered you this scenario before the series started, you all would have puked. You would have hated this idea. But
I mean, the idea of lose game 1, healthy Steph, win game 1, Steph is out.
If
that was what you were offering people,
everybody
the majority of people would have said lose game 1 and Steph is healthy.
But today,
Agreed.
Because you won your most recent game, people feel bulletproof. And now all I'm hearing is people be like, yeah, we can beat him without Steph. Which is, I mean, maybe.
Well, yeah.
That's a funny statement to make, though. Nobody would have thought that prior to yesterday. And if you want to really get into the data, they didn't really beat them without Steph yesterday. They played him even. From when Steph left.
Well, I mean, they beat him without Steph because they...
Well, by 1.
Well, they went up 20, and then Minnesota did a little bit late to make it, a game that...
Yeah, they came back.
Fine, but...
What teams do.
It's what teams do. And, they got within 9, and they got even a little bit closer, and it got more threatening, and they were able to hold them off. And the reason why I am emboldened by that is twofold. One, back in 2016, Steph got hurt not once but twice against Houston, and the Warriors won that series. Now, they eventually would go on to lose to Cleveland in the finals for a variety of reasons, but that was a team that didn't have Kevin Durant. that was a team that was kind of like this. And if you want to look at this team compared to that team, this team might be as good, if not better, than that team. It's 2016.
I understand that. I mean, like, first of all, just having the likes of Klay Thompson and fresh legs and all of the dynamic players off of the bench. In other words, that team had way more to offer offensively without Steph than this team does. I don't even think it's close.
Well, this team defensively, which would be my second point as to why I'm emboldened.
That was a good one too, though.
Right,
They've
but
always
this
been good on
defense,
defense.
and as we've talked about, this defense since they got Jimmy Butler is number one in the association. And losing Steph Curry should not hurt your defense, and it might actually quietly help your defense. So
make it better.
if your calling card is your defense, then losing Steph should not hurt you at all.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. We continue to take your calls until then. Did yesterday feel like a win or a loss? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
take it across midcourt. Down the right side, now angles left. Now comes back right, moving slowly over the shoulder to Draymond. He'll take a three. It's up and good! Draymond Green from downtown. The Warriors on a run. They lead 30-20 right now. Golden State has scored the last 10, and now all eyes on number 30 as he tries to walk off something. And he's going to walk over to the tunnel, and Curry is going to leave the floor and go right to the locker room.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Chef. From what we're told, Steph was in tears in the locker room last night. I can only imagine, and I don't know where this is going to go next, and the Warriors won the game. But if you do really take a moment as we sit here, and I'm not telling anybody to not be excited about the win or be optimistic or any of those things. You're up 1-0, Warriors. This is a phenomenal performance. But see this through the eyes of Steph Curry. With everything that has taken place since the last championship, all of the talk about winning a 5th ring, all of the talk about how he's too old and he's done, and then there is the loss against the Lakers, and there's the embarrassment in the play-in tournament, and there's the departure of Klay Thompson, and now the acquisition of Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and Steph talking to each other at the trade deadline and going, wow, they did this for us. We have to go turn that into a thing, and then they do. And they get into the playoffs, and then they win a series, and they win a series with a road game 7, and they do all of this. And let's be honest here, peeps, last best chance probably is happening right now. And to simply have that happen because you were running down the court, just to have your body do that to you when you're an elite athlete, I can't imagine how frustrating last night must have been for Steph Curry.
Well, it's frustrating for any person when you have an injury like that, where it's one thing if you go to the hole and you get fouled and you land and it's an ankle, a knee, whatever it is. Okay, that happened. I got fouled. I landed awkwardly and I got hurt. But this was, and I do think that it happened on the 3 where he did a little crossover and he stepped back and he shot the 3. That might have been when it happened.
Yeah, I don't know.
And, only he knows when it happened, but it's a non-contact thing. And you know this now that you're 50 years old in your own life, where there are days where you get out of bed wrong, or, you try to open the door and you cross over your body and you turn the handle and say, oh, and you feel something in your shoulder, and it's frustrating.
My calf locked up in the knockout tournament, and I still have no idea. I have no idea why. I don't even know when.
Yes,
and and then a few days later, it went away.
And meanwhile, Grandy actually is grabbing the trophy as you're laying this out there, which is funny because
complete coincidence.
No, that's fine.
Our new hire, Zach, said, hey, what's that trophy for? I am not even kidding.
I'm just going to call you Zaza. You won because I got hurt. It's fine.
Yep.
It's totally fine. And I'm kidding.
I need you to
won fair and square.
You can't have that leaning. I need it flat.
Yeah.
I've got my OCD will not allow that to. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
He's 28, so he has no idea. Steph Curry at 37, and I understand he is an elite athlete and you're a sports talk host, but when you get older, the frustration of things like that, it grows. And so you're Steph, you're 37, and you've worked your butt off to get to this point, and you got a bum thumb, and you are one of the most fit athletes in the world, and then you step back to shoot a 3 and you pop your hammy. Really frustrating.
Well, but I got to imagine that the thoughts that are going through his head in that moment, because in that moment, you don't know that your team is going to hang on and win that game. In that moment, Steph is sitting with the idea, I would think, in that locker room of, well, that might be it for this year. And then, that might be it, period. We may not get back into the conference semifinals again.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is ever going to happen again. And that's still true. I know they won the game, and so there's a little bit of optimism, but just that feeling of, I don't know if my team's going to be able to do enough to get this back in my control. And what Steve Kerr always talked about, that at-bat. Give Steph that at-bat. Well, he's in the middle of the at-bat, and now the at-bat kind of got taken away from him. And now someone needs to reproduce the at-bat for him. And that's got to be a very naked feeling.
For sure, especially when you are Steph Curry, and the majority of these games that you've won, these titles, have not only gone through you, because you had Clay and Draymond, and you had KD for a couple of them, but you are the Batman, as everyone's talked about. And so now you are, maybe Batman in the Dark Knight series, where you wind up in the bottom of that hole where Bane grew up, and now you're stuck there with a broken back, and you're waiting to get better so you can climb out and then rejoin the forces of Gotham to try to make things right. But right now, you're kind of stuck, and you're banking on Buddy and Jimmy and Draymond and Pat and all the fellas to pick you up.
This gotta be that's gonna be a tough one. But they're up 1-0. They're up 1-0 in the series. They got home court advantage.
Yep.
And they got the Buddy and Butler show. Which is a ton of fun, if nothing else. All right, so does last night feel like a win or a loss? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in about 90 minutes. Let's go out to Jason in Excelsior. Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We got you.
All right. I got hung up on earlier. I think it's AT&T. I blame them. So just shameless plug here. I'm a CYO dad. And I always show up St. Brendan, St. Cecilia's, but we're an Our Lady of Mercy school here in Westlake. So I don't know if you guys know, St. Brendan's used to beat me when I was 14 years old. But anyways, just a shout out to them because I'm going to start coaching the basketball team there. So I called earlier actually for Spencer, but, for Buddy, my son actually went to the summer camp, the Warriors summer camp at SF State. Buddy signed, gave him an autograph, and I'm going to be honest here. I wasn't that excited, when the autograph came. I thought Steph Curry was going to show up to the summer camp. I didn't want to say it, but it's true. I saw the autograph. I said, Steph Curry didn't show up, But like we all saw, he started draining the threes, and then that went away. So I quickly became not a fan. And now I'm back, though. And I'm just trying. I'm feeling a little bit desperate. I'm a OG Warriors fan. My dad used to take us to Kezar. We saw Daniel Marshall, Victor Alexander, all those OG guys. So, it's exciting to see right now. But anyways, I'm hoping Buddy can keep this going. And again, thanks for taking my call. Shout out to Our Lady of Mercy Bulldogs. Appreciate you guys. Jason,
thanks. Appreciate it. I really feel confident that as a fan, I'm going to be able to keep my word on this. It's different now. It's different. And I think that's what Jason's essentially talking about. Buddy Hield, for me, is now cemented in Warriors lore, wherever this goes from here, even if it is just something you look back on and laugh. And maybe that is what it will end up being, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Buddy's mistakes, Buddy's missed shots, Buddy don't dribble, Buddy don't dribble, Buddy doesn't use the backboard, whatever, all of it. It is now whimsical and funny to me because he has brought a completely different vibe. He has brought extra basketball. He has brought fun. There's a reason Steve Kerr a few weeks ago told us that Steph Curry said that Buddy Hield is one of his favorite teammates of all time. It's a huge, huge statement. And we wondered why in the moment. I think we're starting to see why. Look at what this guy provides for the entire Warrior experience behind the scenes. Yeah, he provides joy, and when he's on the court, he provides baskets. And you're going to need more of that with Steph Curry out for Game 2, and who knows how much further beyond that. It feels like Curry's going to be out for Game 3, 4, maybe 5. We don't know, but in the meantime, you're going to need that Buddy that you saw last night and the Buddy you saw in Game 7. So I'm with you. Like, no matter what happens between now and the end of his days, he's gotten into a whole new area, and I feel the same way about Andrew Wiggins, where, all the thing about K-Wig, and he takes possessions off, and he's quiet, and all the rest of it. Without Wiggins, you don't win that title. So Wiggins will forever, in my mind, be remembered as a great Warrior just based on what he did that year. Let's go next to Bill in San Jose. Hi, Bill. Thanks for calling.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
We got you.
Okay, I just great game, really fun, but Minnesota's going to make the adjustments, and I think if we lose it out in the next 4 games or so. It's still been a great year. I really enjoyed it, but let's not get too euphoric. I mean, Minnesota's a very good team when they play well. I'm not sure why they played so poorly, but I think we're just a little euphoric right now and not realistic, so that's all.
Okay, Bill, thanks.
No love for the Warrior defense, right?
I don't know if I want to watch any games with Bill. That's all.
Right.
I love you, Bill. Thanks for calling.
Like, there's no game one euphoria. What there is like, okay, they won on the road without Steph Curry.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, totally.
Right. And they need to win 3 more, and then they need to win 4 more, and then they need to win 4 more. So I'm not looking at, win number 5 in the postseason and thinking we going to be championship.
No, but here's where I'll agree. I'm going to agree with Bill because you and I already shared this thought, and I think we'll dive further into it tomorrow. But here's what I do think. I'm not euphoric. I'm also not yes, is Minnesota going to play better? Sure, they can't play any worse. So, yeah, Minnesota's going to be better. I don't think the Warriors are going to sweep the Minnesota Timberwolves. I do think this. Look, if the Warriors end up losing this series and Steph Curry can't play, I have arrived at a spot that I call gravy, which means anything that the Warriors are able to achieve from here is gravy. Now, I'm going to take the gravy back off the table if Steph comes back and he's healthy and they win a series and they start a new series with him healthy. That's different. But the fact that they're already in the second round, which is what many of us thought was kind of par, it's kind of like the even land here in round 2.
Yeah. I gave you the over-under of 4.5 wins.
And they have officially taken the over. Yep. They've got 5 wins. But now that they're doing without Steph, I just don't know if the word expectation lives here anymore. Hope lives here, but I don't know that the word expectation can live here anymore. So that changes the vibe for me. That's where hope lives, and that means it's gravy. If they can come out of this somehow, that's amazing. But I'm not going to be livid at the Warriors and call them chokers if they can't beat the Wolves without their best player.
Well, I wouldn't have been in that place anyway.
Maybe
because,
not. Yeah.
The Wolves were favored going into the series with a healthy Steph Curry. So
yeah, but not everyone looked at it that way.
Right. But for me, and I said this before, if you just get to the second round and you lose to, and we were using the Lakers as an example because we thought that it would be the Lakers and it wasn't. But if you go out and you lose in 6 or 7 to whomever, I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to say choke this or disappointment that, because only one team will win the West and only one team will win the title. And you're one of 8 teams remaining. So now that Steph is out, does it change my expectations? No, not really. Because the way you beat Minnesota and the way you can still continue to beat Minnesota exists without Steph Curry. Well, you're a good defensive team.
Yeah.
You've got championship pedigree with Draymond and Kevon and with Steve Kerr and kind of with Jimmy Butler. He's never won a title, but he's been through it. So, all right, Steve, coming up at 5 o'clock. What are you going to do? Hot shot?
Well,
you're this great coach.
No,
now you need to do things differently.
Yes, he does, but I can't say that I would expect him to do it well. I don't think you can say they've got championship pedigree. They've never done it without Steph before, so they don't have this pedigree.
They've won series without Steph before.
Yeah, but that was
in this round.
That's when there were other youthful Hall of Fame scorers on the roster. So. And they were so much more dominant than the teams that they were playing. That's not the case this time around. So I hear what you're saying, but you're coming from a place where you weren't expecting them to win this round anyway. Here's what I mean by this.
Well, it was when we made our predictions. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. But if I had said to you, even if those of you out there that thought the Warriors would struggle in this series, even if you thought that, you wouldn't have still thought that if they had won last night and Steph were healthy. If you win game 1, the expectation, especially on the road, expectation changes for everybody. Everybody goes, just like we did with Houston. We're going to win this series. We're going to win this series. 77% when you win game 1. And you immediately would expect the Warriors to take this series. But Steph is not there, so I can't do that. I do not. I'm not saying they can't. I am not going to use the word expect the Warriors to win this series.
Well, I don't expect it.
So it's gravy if they do.
Yeah, I don't see it as gravy.
Okay. You don't have to.
Yeah, and if I was to bet it right now as a neutral observer, and I would look at the Warriors plus 190 to win the series, right now up 1-0.
That's crazy.
That's a juicy price.
I mean, without their best player?
Well, he'll be back, I believe.
Maybe.
Right. Well, if he's not back, that means you lose in 5. I mean, if you lose the next 4, then he's not coming back.
You don't know that he's back game 6.
Right, but if
you can't say that definitively right now.
And you never know with a hamstring. And, Doc Pondia joined the morning roast today, and he laid it out very eloquently as far as what the timeline is. And, a lot of times it's a week. It could be 2. It could be 3. You just never know, especially with the first-time hamstring injury.
Doc Pandia this morning.
I think especially given his age, whenever these hamstrings tear, basically what you're depending on to basically get you back quickly is there's some degree of scar tissue that's in there. We know that although scar tissue can sometimes hold an area together, especially if you've got a lot of other muscle around it, that area is more prone to cause pain, to re-injure itself. And if you look at hamstring injuries, the 2 things you worry about besides getting back on the court is that there's a high rate of re-injury. We see that a lot in football and baseball players. And there's also a rate of injury to other parts of your body. Your hamstrings are so important to helping stabilize your lower legs. So it may not be a hamstring. Are you worried about an ankle or something else? So that's really where the medical staff has to make this decision of, okay, do we push it to get him back, or are we being extra cautious so that we don't get that repeat injury or get something else? And that's where, unfortunately, what happens with pro athletes is you're looking at how the team's doing and what's the risk of potentially, can we win without him playing, or do we have to take that risk and put him in because we're worried about how the series is going?
Yeah, I think the rub right now, if they say reevaluation in a week, and a week from tonight is Game 5, the rub for me would be if the Warriors lose all 3, games 2, 3, and 4. And if Steph is like, I could play, Celebrini might be like, it's not great, but Steph is like the Warriors are staring at the end of the season. Would he push it? Would he push it and come out and give it a try? That's what I see as the rub, and you very much hope that's not the case. Like, I think that, if the Warriors can at least, obviously they've already at least split in Minnesota. If they can at least then split back in Golden State, then you go from there and you see what happens. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they go out and win again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But that's what I see as the angst kind of action, which is if they're down 3-1 a week from tonight and they evaluate and he's like, yeah, I'm feeling good, Rick.
Right.
Okay, that's when you do your little speed line. Okay, hot shot, what do you do? What do you do?
That's right. And I don't think that even if if they're down 3-1 and they look at the medical and they look at where he's at, unless he's ready to go, they're not going to play him. And that's just what the Warriors have done.
That's true.
And Steve Kerr has always deferred to Dr. Rick Celebrini. And I look at this series and not only what I saw last night, but what we saw throughout the course of the year. And Minnesota was only 1 game better than you. And Minnesota they're a good team. And Anthony Edwards is a very good player, but what you did last night was defensively, you shut them down.
Yep.
And I think outside of Anthony Edwards, who on their team really scares you on offense? Not really anybody.
I don't like open shots from Naz Reid.
Fine. He was great last night.
Yeah, they go in.
Good for you, Naz.
And Julius Randle has a completely different gear that did not show up last night.
But Draymond Green is a great defensive matchup for him.
Like I'm stuck between how well did the Warriors play defensively versus how awful were the Timberwolves.
The truth is somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
Absolutely.
The Warriors have been great defensively for a long time, and Minnesota was worse on offense than they have been all year.
Right. Like, I want to give the Warriors a lot of credit for last night. I don't want to give it all to them.
Of course.
The Wolves were just terrible.
Right.
Absolutely
and
terrible.
Normally in the NBA playoffs, there's the zigzag theory where the team that loses game 1 zigs, and then they zag in game 2. And last night we saw that with Indiana until we didn't.
Right? Oh, yeah. Thunder by 1,000 tonight. Oklahoma City by 1,000 tonight.
Right. I mean,
that's from me to you.
And the spread's 10.5, right? Yeah. And Boston by probably 38.
That one,
not so much.
Not as sure on that one.
And they have injuries too. So.
Yeah, not as sure on that one, Boston, New York, but Oklahoma City by 1,000.
Yeah, I'm with you.
1,000 tonight.
And I don't want to be the one to say this today because the game's tomorrow, but I would say Minnesota by probably 29 tomorrow.
I don't agree with that one. Because the Warriors will turn this into, unless they get really hot from 3, maybe. But I think the Warriors are going to turn this into a much slower paced game. It's going to be hard to run away from them.
Yeah, but I mean, if Minnesota's at least decent, I think it's going to be hard for the Warriors. Already having that mentality of already having one game, and you heard Jimmy actually mention it in the post game, and I know we're going to play the comments of he and Buddy Hield a little bit later, but Jimmy even intimated the whole idea about, we already got one. We already got one here in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'd go for 2. I really would.
Of course.
Let's go to Theo in the East Bay. Hi, Theo. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Yeah, look, to me, look, I don't want to get on here and sound like a troll or anything, but I feel like even with Steph out, I know you guys just presented some new information saying that he was crying and stuff like that. And I don't want to sound like some lunatic right now, just telling him to just pick up the ball, go and dribble and do your thing. But I think with him out right now, the Warriors will still be okay. And we don't know how serious it was. I mean, you just said he was crying. So, I'll just go off of what Sham said, which was he's going to be reevaluated in a week. And to me, I mean, let him rest. And if it's not as bad as everybody is thinking it might be, he'll be good to go for the next round and then even further than that. And that's how I'm looking at it, just as a fan. And also, this is why we got Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler, this is your time now. Against your former team, get out there, be playoff Jimmy. Buddy, stay hot, please. And then also the Wolves, I mean, all we got to do is still be that defensive team that we have been, because I think in the playoffs, we've been one of the best defensive teams. So, let's get, the Wolves, they rolled over the Lakers because Lakers ain't got no size. We got Draymond, we got Post, and the Iron Man himself, Von Looney. So if we can just, stay the course, let Jimmy do his thing, hopefully Steph comes back, we'll be all right. That's all I got, boys.
Theo, thanks, man. It's a lot of optimism, and I've always got love for that. However, if we're going to say the Wolves beat the Lakers because they've got no size, guess who's got even less size than the Lakers? Raise your hand, Warrior fans. Yep. That's you. So I know you mentioned some interior players who are good, Looney, Draymond, etc., but the Warriors are not flashing any size at the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's a better defensive team than the Lakers. So, you can lean on that if you want, and you're not wrong. And yes, they do have somebody who has been an NBA legit one in the playoffs. And so, yeah, like I'm with you. I'm buying it. I'm buying it as very possible. All I'm saying is that I'm going to remove any expectation. I do not sit here and like the last series, I expected the Warriors to win.
Agreed. Yeah.
I would have thought that was a miss if they had come out and not won that series. I don't feel that way this time. If Steph Curry's going to miss most of the series, I just don't feel that way. I think that's too much to ask. They can do it, but I think it's too much to expect.
And I wouldn't have expected it even with Steph Curry healthy. The expectation for me was get into a deep series and let's just see. And so for me, that expectation has not changed. Like 6 or 7, no, go 6 or 7 and you're up 1-0, so go ahead and win the damn thing.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr's a little bit over an hour away. We'll keep taking your calls. This last night, now that you know what you know, does it feel like a win or a loss? 888-957-9570. And also, for all of you who turned the TV or the radio off and you didn't hear the press conference between Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield, you have to hear this thing. This is better than any comedy sketch I've ever heard. You got to hear this thing. We'll play it for you next on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Show.
Butler topside through a series of screens, gets Naz Reid. Crossover dribble, chest pass to Hield. He's open for three. Bang! Buddy Love! Another big bucket for Buddy Love, and the Warriors back up by 12. He's got 24 points.
My name is Buddy. I'm Batman. I saved the day. I'm nice.
Hey, Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Will Live and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, buddy. Buddy and Butler.
Butters.
Yeah.
My name is Buddy.
His name is Buddy. Except for his name's not Buddy.
Right.
Look it up. These two after the game, if you just turn the game off, It's some of the best stuff out there. We're going to play it for you in full coming up at 4 o'clock, okay? So in 10 minutes, we'll play the Buddy and Butler show, and then Steve Kerr is going to join us live at 5 o'clock. And my gosh, I don't know about you. I'm sitting here trying to figure out where we can trim what I'd like to ask Steve Kerr on a night like tonight. After the emotion of Steph Curry in the locker room, he was reportedly crying. And also when something like this happens, the focus shifts to the coach, doesn't it? It's like you're the one that's got to go figure this out. You got to go come up with something now.
Right.
How are you going to put the biscuit in the basket now?
Exactly.
Huh? You figure it out.
Well, I mean, who do you turn to and who starts and, like, where do you get the offense and all the rest of it? I do think that Buddy made it, at least last night in a small sample, he made it a little bit easier because he kind of went into Steph mode, which is, I'm going to shoot these crazy threes. I'm going to the hoop. I'm going to try to score.
I'm Batman.
Yeah, Buddy Hield thought that he was Batman. He turned into baby Steph for one night. Is that sustainable? We'll find out.
We sure will. So you'll hear this coming up in a little bit. Until then, we'll hear you. We've been asking. Now knowing that Steph Curry is out at least 2, 3, and 4, games 2, 3, and 4, does last night feel like a win or does it feel like a loss? You won the game. You lost your star. 888-957-9570. How about Mike in Burlingame? Hey, Mike, thanks for calling.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi there.
Yep. Hi.
I'm calling because Curry, to be honest with you, he's my favorite player. And if you go back and look at the very beginning, it wasn't Curry who won the MVP of the finals. It was Iguodala. It wasn't Curry who won the second one. It was Durant. And Durant won 2 of them in a row. And he would have won 3, but he got hurt. It was he who got hurt, and Curry didn't win the title. Toronto did. So listen, they've done it without Curry as the main guy. In fact, Iguodala came off the bench and ran things, getting $16 million off the bench. So they've done it before. Now, how many years has Curry played, and how many MVP finals does he have?
Hey, Mike.
One, Mike, is the answer.
You're awesome for listening to our show. And you live in the city where my dad taught for years. I have nothing but love for everything that makes you, Mike. But this is one of the worst takes I've ever heard in my entire life. Mike.
Well, you didn't let him finish.
Well, he's still here. Go ahead, Mike. Tell us how the Warriors have won anything in the last decade plus without Steph Curry. Anything.
How many MVP finals does he have?
Irrelevant, Mike. You're acting like that's the only person on the court, whoever wins the MVP, plus 90% of Warrior fans will tell you that Iguodala should not have won the NBA Finals MVP of the year that he did. That was kind of quirky because he was guarding LeBron and somehow held him to 40 one time, so people loved what he did. That nobody's winning anything without Steph Curry. Do you disagree with that?
No, I say that everybody knows in their heart that he needed a rest. He made 7 turnovers in one game. The guy he was dribbling behind his back. He calls it a performance. Listen, he needs a mental retake. When Jimmy got here, baby, that's when it all changed. They had Curry. It was Butler. Now, you know and I know the answer is this. The Butler did it.
You brought it home. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
The audacity.
Yeah.
The Butler has never done it in his career. I love Jimmy Butler. I've also never seen in my life an athlete get more credit for coming in second place. Ever. So I'm sorry. I do not want to hear that the Warriors can do bubkiss without Steph Curry and all of the evidence of all the things they've done when Steph wasn't the leader.
You don't think that they can beat Minnesota without Steph Curry?
I didn't say that, but
they've won series without Steph Curry before.
Yes, they have, but first of all, not as an underdog they haven't, not later in rounds they haven't, and this one hasn't unfolded yet. I've been very clear. I don't think this series is over because he's out, but this call is drawing on history. and apparently diminishing everything that Steph Curry has done because he was never apparently the most important player on his own team, even though we all damn well know he's literally, with a capital THE, the most important player on the team and always has been.
I'm not co-signing on that part of it.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm looking at the history of a Warrior team without Steph in the playoffs and them being able to beat Houston. And yes, they were the number 1 overall seed. They were the team that won 73 games. So they were obviously a better team than this team was, but you lost Steph early, and then he came back and he got hurt a second time. And you still went out and you beat Houston in a best of 7. And I know that you were a favorite. You were the number 1 seed, and Houston was the 8th seed, and you still went out there and you were able to beat a Houston team. So Minnesota, a team that is probably comparable to you in record in the regular year. You were better than them in the regular season, and now you have Jimmy Butler. So it doesn't mean to me that because you lost Steph that you can't go out there and win.
Doesn't mean that to me either.
For me,
I don't think that's what Mike was saying.
Mike was going a little too far.
A little?
Yeah, and you took offense, and
I mean, Mike's point was not even about this series. Mike's point is that the Warriors have never actually done anything with Steph as their leader. That's what he said. They've done all kinds of things without Steph. No, they haven't. Period. No, they haven't. How many times have you heard Warriors come on this station and say that everything that's happened in this city for the last 12 years is because of him? It's because of him. Not in spite of him, not next to him. None of that crap. Here's Jimmy Butler on TNT last night.
Steph said this morning that game 1s of a series are always just a feeling out process. What do you learn from this game 1 that you're going to bring into Thursday as a team?
That Steph is our best player, and the game is much easier when we got him.
Jimmy, simple enough. Congrats on the win. We'll see you Thursday.
Thank you.
Yeah, basketball's a whole lot easier when our best player is on the floor. Yes, you're right. The Warriors are very lucky that they've got someone else who has performed as an NBA 1 before. But I don't know. That's just me. I'm not letting anybody come on this show and say that the Warriors have never been driven by Steph before. It's a ludicrous take.
It is ludicrous. I also think that you can look at what this team has done in the past in the playoffs without Steph and still get some confidence from that. And that's why I look at this series where you're up 1-0 and you've got, a series where you're not going to have Steph Curry, and you think that I personally don't think that it's over, and I also think that they still have a very good chance to win it. And if I was to make a bet, I would bet the Warriors do win the series.
Okay, and I'm not going to disagree with the idea that they can win this series. I'm not going to use history as some sort of reference that the Warriors don't need him and they've leaned on others in the past. Andre Iguodala drove the bus. Give me a freaking break. Oracle Ochoa in Oakland. What's up, Oracle? Thanks for calling.
What's happening, guys? Can you hear me clearly?
We got you.
Nice, man. Called in last week before Game 3, and I took it to the fans a little bit at Chase, our own fans, and they responded. I think we did good at home. 3 and 4 was solid, but what happened? Game 6. I think this all went down with Game 6 when Curry. I just think if we win Game 6 in that series, I think Curry might not be injured. That was deflating to lose that game at home. The first thought when he got hurt last night was Game 6, and we needed to close that out at home. That would have given him like five or so days of rest, and maybe, just maybe, that doesn't happen last night. But here we are. It's in the past now. Let's move forward. I'm not giving up hope. I'm not having any expectations, to your point, but we do have hope, and I think we're in this. Why? Jimmy Butler's a big reason. Our defense is a big reason. I just think we need to slow the game down, lean on our defense, and, man, if we can get to Game 5, 2-2, if we can split at home and get one of these next 3 and go 2-2 with Curry coming back, man, I'll take that. I think we got to take that. I think we got to take it. Game 5, going back on the road, win 2 out of 3. We've proven we can win in Minnesota. We've proven we can win on the road with our defense. Curry could use a rest. I think that could be the silver lining, a week off. If we're really going for the ring, he could use a week off. If we can just get one of these next 3 and get back to 2-2, Game 5, we got a shot. But, man, our fans, we got to keep bringing it in Chase Center. That's my take, man. No expectation, but a lot of hope. Let's go, Jimmy Butler. If you could get that Miami team to the finals twice with that team around him, and you compare it to what we got around us, I think we got a damn good shot to win this series.
Yeah. Oracle, thanks. I agree with everything you're saying, other than the fact that it sounds like you're making an assumption that Steph's going to play in Game 5.
No idea.
No idea. No idea. I would argue probably not, just based on the timing of things.
That would be Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday.
Well, they're saying
that would be a week from today.
Well, and that's the reevaluation period. So if you're going to be how many times have you seen the Warriors say, we're going to reevaluate him, and then on that day, they're like, yep, he's good, he's playing. It's very rare.
Especially with an injury like this.
Exactly.
So I think Game 6 would be the earliest, quote unquote, which can you be still in the series? Yeah.
Of course.
Could you be up 3-2? That to me feels a little bit aggressive, but even if you're down 3-2 and he comes back and that game's at home, I love your chances.
Not over for sure. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Get back to your calls here in just a sec. A lot of you want to weigh in. Steve Kerr at 5. But take a listen to this because a lot of you didn't get to hear it after the game. This is at the podium, and it's become sort of a little bit of a thing for sure in recent weeks. This is Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield after the game together.
Buddy and Jimmy, we haven't done nothing yet.
Draymond declared that tonight Jimmy became Batman and Buddy went from Alfred to Robin. Do you guys have any comments on that declaration?
No.
I'll start out.
No. I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right. Well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
Call me Buttered.
But he had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you didn't have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
Buddy, what happened with the wardrobe malfunction?
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault.
Okay.
Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was right. When he said, yo, put these on, it was right. And that was the...
That's what you're going with?
Yeah, I'm going. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker is next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, yo, why can't I have my shorts? Oh, I see there. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
I mean, obviously, you know there's always so much responsibility on you, but when you see Steph go down...
Responsibility in the shorts, too. Like I'm telling you, a lot of responsibility on him. He's not doing his job.
When you see Steph go down, what does that communicate to you? What are you trying to... And then what did you see from Buddy when Steph goes down?
Yeah, I saw Buttered be aggressive and make some timely shots and get stops in a big way. I think we all want 30 back. That is for sure. But we want him to do his best for himself, best for our group in the long run, in the long haul. And until then, we can hold down the fort. I know we can.
Jimmy, you've been through these types of things before. What psychologically happens to a player? You put everything into this, and then you can't play. Like, what is that going through?
It's tough. One of the greatest to ever do it. And he wants to be out there. I think he knows, and we know, how much easier the game is for us whenever he's hooping at a high level. But I think we're all prepared to compete and win without him. We don't want to, but we are prepared, and we may have to. So we'll see what it all means and what it all says come tomorrow.
Draymond mentioned that you two guys were kind of going back and forth in the huddle even. Do you feed off? I mean, we've seen you guys go back and forth. You're doing it right now.
Ask him why we was going back and forth.
Why were you going back and forth?
Because when I'm not going to say exactly what I say in the locker room, but when I got a mismatch in the post, don't cut. Stay on the perimeter.
If you got a mismatch, you ain't going to score the ball.
I am going to score the ball. I can't score the ball when you cut into my space. You're a shooter. You're not even a cutter.
Bro, you seen it score the ball.
You saw what happened when you shot a layup in the first quarter? Smokey Robinson, that's exactly what you did. Use the backboard, too. Exactly.
Do you guys feed off of this, though? I mean, is it like when you can do this, does it translate to what happens on the court?
It actually does. because I respect Butter so much because he knows whatever I'm saying.
My name is Buddy.
But that's short for Butter. He knows what I'm saying is always towards winning. Same thing that Draymond does and everybody. And you can talk to whoever you want to talk to like that in the moment and then you move past it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had another something in the huddle. He was like, you know what, you're right. And we move on because the main goal is to win. He understands that I just want to win. I understand that he just want to win. So we're able to talk to each other.
Perhaps.
You guys, Gary compared you to bickering brothers. And you're the little annoying brother and you're the older brother.
And what Gary is?
I don't know. Maybe he's the middle brother.
The clumsy one, always doing the dumbest stuff ever.
You literally wore the wrong shorts. The audacity.
Do you think that this creates kind of a little family environment to...
Yeah, I think we really do enjoy being around each other. We really do enjoy when somebody else is playing great. And whenever everybody else is shining, everybody's happy. So it's a good feeling to have this energy.
And did this energy and relationship kind of help your... I mean, when you got here, it seemed like it didn't take long for you to be part of the group.
We had to make sure he got his joy back because somehow he lost his joy. We're not going to say where he lost his joy, but somehow he lost his joy.
Why do you keep doing this? Do you even know what these are called? What are they called?
2 fingers. Are we done?
No.
Oh, no.
Wow. Jimmy, Steph's obviously a very unique player, not just how good he is, but the way he plays. With him out, it seems like the offense has to change the way it functions. And obviously a lot of it's through you. How do you see what the offense needs to do? How would you describe what the offense needs to do if he's out for a couple games?
Ball just needs to move a lot more. Find the open guy, attack closeouts, get into the paint. And I guess it's going to be my job to draw a little bit more attention. Probably not as much as Steph does draw, but I got to find a way to score and get everybody else involved.
Jimmy, your belief in this team is steadfast, but to see this team win without Steph, a game 1 on the road in Minnesota in the semifinals, what does that do for this team?
I've said it before. Any team with me on it, I think has a chance, and I know that any team with Steph on it does have a chance. And my guys believe it too. They work so hard at their craft every single day. They don't shy away from any moment, from any matchup. They'll do whatever you ask them to do to make sure that we have a chance of winning. And we're going to need all hands on deck if 30's not ready to go.
Jimmy, you've always played within the construct of the team. You never really wanted to stand out, but in other stops, you've had to be a high-usage guy. Are you prepared to take on that responsibility again?
If I have to. I'm not a volume shooter. Never have been, probably never will be. But I'm going to play the right way. If my guys is open, I'm going to pass it and I'm going to yell shoot it. And if they don't shoot it, I'm probably going to yell at them for not shooting the ball. And I'm just going to have to be efficient. I'm going to have to play hard. I know I'm going to have a lot of minutes coming my way. I trained for this, but we ready for it.
Jimmy, Steve said Buddy is a two-way player now. Like, how tough is it for you to mold him into that?
Me mold him? You know what? I do be frying him one-on-one. Don't I?
You perhaps.
Yeah.
He had his moments.
I ain't gonna lie. Butter has been stepping up big time on the defensive side of the ball, for sure, to start out the games. And it's crazy because I think you had 2 points at half?
2 points, yeah.
But his defense was off the charts. And you got the toughest matchup in guarding Anthony Edwards. And then he came back still guarding at a high level and creating and making shots. Two-way player is a stretch, but Butter he's been key. He's been key.
I'm nice.
For both of you guys, Buddy, you finished with 8 rebounds. Jimmy, you came out and had 6 offensive rebounds in the first half. Just the mentality against this bigger team going up and getting those rebounds.
I think the mindset was boxing out Rudy Gobert. He got a fair share of them, but just box him out. We know what he did in the Lakers series and how effective he was. And we had guys was doing their work early to prevent that. And just got to keep on continuing the boards. If he can continue the boards and get out and play our basketball and put the ball in Jimmy's hands like we all been talking about, and just trusting to make the right play, I think we'll be in good shape.
Jimmy, there was some hype about you coming back playing here for the first time since 2021. Did you notice the light boos and response?
That doesn't bother me. But people do have to wash their mouth. You know, it's cool with the boos and all of that stuff, but you calling people out of their names and all of that stuff, which I can hear.
What they say?
You want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna repeat it. It's not good. That's unnecessary. The boos, I get it. I understand. Let's just keep it at that.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
Thanks, little bro.
Thanks, Buttered.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth.
Pretty funny.
I mean,
Buttered.
You could eat that with a spoon over the
My name is Buddy.
late at night. I mean, that is just, I don't know, man. And you know, some people are like, man, Jimmy is hard on Buddy. I listened to that, and Jimmy's only been here for 3 months, and they sound like they've been friends since they were 5 years old.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
That is the best thing in life, if you can find friends who can talk to each other that way, and like nothing is ever serious, because actually at the bottom of it, everything is always serious.
Right.
In other words, that's love. They like that at the core of all of those jokes is nothing but respect, or else you wouldn't talk to people that way.
Right. And I do also think that they understand that at the bottom of it, nothing is serious at the same time.
Right.
Like, if you think about what they're doing, they make a lot of money playing basketball, bouncing a leather object and trying to throw it through a metal hoop. And that's what they're doing. And they're entertainers, and they want to win, and everybody wants the same thing. And Buddy shows up with the wrong shorts on. And
it's perfect.
Just as we're listening to that,
just perfect.
I'm going back through my mind and thinking about that whole sequence and the way the Minnesota staff was the ones who were like they start pointing at it, like he's in the wrong shorts. And coming up at 5, we'll ask Steve Kerr about all the different ways that he's had a delay of the game called against his team, and all the times he's had to use a timeout. This had to be the first time ever that he had to use a timeout for a wardrobe malfunction.
I love the term wardrobe malfunction. It started when Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson did their thing at the Super Bowl years ago. And here it is again. So, yeah, Steve Curry is at 5. Back to your calls coming up next. Does last night feel like a win or a loss? A lot of you want to weigh in. Stay where you are. Aaron, Paul, Miguel, Trevor, we're coming. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser?
three's on the way. Got it! Oh, a huge shot by GP2. 93-81. Gary Payton II with his second triple of the night.
Dub Nation, this is GP2. My coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, in 42 minutes, he does. Dude, nice shot from the corner last night, GP2.
Really nice.
That was a big one.
Big.
That was huge.
Kind of stemmed the tide.
Oh, T-Wolves were coming now.
They were.
My fault.
I mean, there were a few moments where it was like, oh, God.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Well, that's the NBA.
Well, especially when you're without the chef.
I know.
And I taught my daughter last night. I'm like, the chef. She was into it. She's in that mode now at 2.5 where she'll repeat everything.
I know, but you taught it to her as he's about to not play basketball for a week?
Before he got hurt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And don't try to say that she was the jinx.
Oh.
I was like, yeah, the chef.
No, not her.
The chef.
You. I get it now.
Because we jinx people.
Because
you taught her.
Yeah, and you're screaming the chef.
Fade the dimmer.
As soon as that happens, and then he heads to the locker room so he can cry. Good Lord.
Yeah, she was crying too.
Well, that's because it's bothering me. Yeah,
right.
Why don't you just keep doing things the way you were doing them, will you?
Well, we were doing them last series. You know, she was like, I like the red team. And I said, go to your room. Because we weren't doing the red team. We're not doing the red team.
I want to hear Mila do Warriors.
Yeah.
Come out to play.
I'll get that on tape for you. She's into it. She's almost 3 and she's into like parrot mode where... Yeah.
Oh, God.
And, yeah.
Hey.
It's funny because yesterday there was a dog barking and I was like, shut up, dog. And from the back seat, shut up, dog. I was like, ooh, okay. I better watch it.
We're going to go back to
Shut up!
Steve Kerr, 40 minutes. I'd like to read you a Magic Johnson tweet.
I love Magic.
Magic tweets are fun. And we always have to give everybody a little bit of an explanation. So if you don't know what Magic on Twitter is, it's usually like, hi, everybody. I woke up and the sun was out and my name is Magic. End of tweet. Like it's painfully obvious and usually just ends without any substance that it seems like it's building toward. That's Magic on Twitter. His tweet about the Warriors last night.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. First of all, he would like to pray that the Steph Curry injury is not too bad and hopes that he doesn't miss too many games. But then he said this. What do you make of it? Jimmy Butler, the first sentence is absolutely the most classic Magic thing ever. Jimmy Butler led the Warriors with 20 points and 11 rebounds, while Buddy Hield added 24 points to take game 1 over the Timberwolves.
My name is Buddy.
99-88. So
he's the box score. He basically gave you the box score recap.
In case you missed the game.
Oh, my God.
And thought to yourself, I don't know what happened in the Warrior game. Hey, honey, we should go to Magic Johnson's Twitter feed so you can find out what happened in the game. So you got that. But he goes on. What makes the Warriors so tough is they have the best coach in the league, Steve Kerr. And he showed that last night with his offensive and defensive game plans. The Warriors are also the smartest team in the NBA with the highest basketball IQ and leaders, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. This is why they beat the Timberwolves last night.
Because they've got a higher basketball IQ and a great coach. It wasn't because they played great defense and that Minnesota could not shoot.
No, and Steph was barely even in the game.
Right.
He barely played.
He played 13 minutes.
Yeah, he helped him get a lead. And
no acknowledgement of Jimmy going 7 for 20 or Buddy going 7 for 19.
No. Well,
I saved the day.
Yeah, but well, no, Buddy Hield did.
Yeah,
Buddy Hield.
My name is Buddy.
I know.
I'm Batman.
But your last name is Hield.
You saved the day after you lost the day in many ways. And
Perhaps.
If Minnesota wasn't so bad early in that game, then we wouldn't be celebrating Butters going 7 of 19.
But is it Butters or Buttered? What do they call it?
Yeah, buttered.
Buttered.
Yeah.
Like toast.
Yep.
I think it's buttered.
It's buttered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buddy.
The audacity.
That's my favorite from Jimmy. The audacity.
Yeah,
the way he pronounces it perfectly.
I'm gonna have a hard time doing legals now and not calling this an Audacity sports station.
Yeah.
I might have to mix that in now.
The audacity.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy.
The audacity.
That's right. You wore the wrong shorts.
Perhaps.
Buttered.
Right. And I just was watching the highlight, quote unquote.
The highlight.
And you see Coach Finch, like either somebody on the staff or he realized it, and he runs over to the ref and he's pointing at Buttered.
By the way, I get triggered by that.
Coach Snitch.
People don't. This happened to me once. No, this happened to me once in the Pony League playoffs. This is when we still live down in Southern California. Forever. And this is way stupider than what happened last night, because last night's actually an NBA player, and I think you're supposed to wear the standard issue shorts. I'm pretty sure that's a rule. In CYO, people come out there wearing God knows what every single game.
Yeah.
Right? But
little Jenny forgot her uniform. Can she wear a blue shirt? She'll be double zero.
Yeah, whatever. Fine. It's fine. Like, my kid makes the 8-year-old, 9-year-old all-star team, and they have me be an assistant coach. So you get these jerseys that are standard issue for the all-star team.
Yep.
So we all put our jerseys on, and we're going to go out there and we're going to coach little kids.
8-year-olds. Yep.
8-year-olds. Well, your boy is wearing Under Armour sweats because, I don't know, I'm going to a Little League game and I put on a pair of sweats with my jersey. Go through the whole warm-up period with all the kids. Take infield, little Bobby, little Jimmy, don't hurt anybody, get off the field. Game's just about to start. Umpire walks over to me. Sir, you're going to have to leave the field. Why? You're not wearing baseball pants. I said, well, that's good because I'm not playing baseball today.
Yeah.
I'm here to gather 8-year-olds and make sure they don't smash a bagel into one another's faces in the dugout. That's what I'm here to do. The coaches on the other team sent the umpire over to throw me out of the game because I was wearing sweats.
Yeah.
In the first round of the 8-year-old All-Star tournament.
No doubt.
Coaches, worry about something that matters.
Right. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yep.
What are you doing? So there's a little bit of that when I see the Minnesota coach, body shorts. Hey, make a 3-pointer, okay? Worry about your guys actually making a basket as opposed to what's on Buddy's butt.
So it's delay game, and Kerr burns a timeout, and Buddy runs to the locker room and gets the correct shorts and puts them on. I don't know why there's another pair of shorts that are just floating around, and the whole thing about he and Jimmy, and he blames Jimmy, and their lockers are next to each other. It just is, the whole thing is hilarious to me that a grown man, an NBA player, would go out there in the wrong uniform and no one, you've got 15 coaches on the bench.
Right.
I know you've got Jacob in the second row is your replay coach. Do you have a uniform coach? Does Steve Kerr need to hire somebody as the fashion assistant coach?
I mean, I'm in the end, I'm glad it happened because it's the most Buddy Hield thing ever, and it's perfect. It just fits into this bucket that has unfolded in the last week perfectly. He wore the wrong shorts.
And I cannot wait to hear Steve now talk about what his reaction was, because that's delay game, and now you got to call timeout a minute into the game. And I'm sure a little part of him is like, oh, buddy. But the other part is you got to be mad because these timeouts, and Steve used them again, just absolutely magically.
Precious cargo, though.
Absolutely, especially when you're on the road and, they're going on a run, timeout, and now you got to worry about burning your timeouts because the guy's got the wrong shorts on. It's frustrating, but it's Buddy.
I don't even know how it's possible. How do we even have another pair of shorts that kind of sort of looks like what you're supposed to wear?
Right.
Why is that even there? Why was that even in his locker? I have so many questions.
Yeah, and a similar thing happened to me when I was coaching volleyball in the North Coast section finals. They came to me before the start and said, you have illegal uniforms. We've been wearing the uniforms all year. And I said, what? He said, the number on the front is too far from the shoulder seam.
Please tell me you looked at him and said, numbers are numbers. And numbers are numbers.
Well, you know how I run hot now.
Yeah.
Think about 24 years ago, how hot your boy was running. So I immediately, I'm carrying on and screaming and yelling and, we huddled up and I said, these mother jumpers are trying to take it from us. And we went out and won the first set. We lost in 4 on the road, but it was a galvanizing moment.
Okay.
They tried to screw me, Mark.
But they let you wear the uniforms.
Well, yeah, but there was like a 1-point penalty.
Oh.
Automatically.
It's like,
so now we're down 1-0.
Right.
Automatically.
It's not like you had another option sitting there in their bag.
Right, because the number was too far from the shoulder seat.
I know.
What are we doing here?
All right, let's go back to the phones. By the way, speaking of Chris Finch, the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and Matt Steinmetz's friend since birth, he had some things to say today at shoot-around that you're probably going to want to hear because it was, all in on the refs immediately from Chris Finch. We'll have that for you in a little bit. Let's go to Aaron in San Jose. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
I kind of wanted to call and give a little bit of a different take. It seems like everyone's kind of sugarcoating the situation, what happened last night. And I'm going to start off by saying I kind of paint myself more as a glass half empty type of guy. So it might come off a little negative, but I don't, without Steph, if we're being realistic, they have no chance of winning this series. I mean, there's literally everything that we do offensively runs through him. And yes, it was a gutty game yesterday. Some things happened yesterday that I don't see happening again the entire series. First off, Draymond starting off 4 of 6, Jimmy banking in threes, them shooting 0 for 17 or whatever it was that they started on threes. None of those things are sustainable. And we had stretches and lulls in that game where we couldn't buy a bucket. I think the fourth quarter, probably in the first 6 minutes, we had 2 free throws and 1 bucket. The only reason the lead, it was 20 to start. They brought it down to 9. They hit a couple timely buckets, but there's no way Minnesota can play that bad again. I mean, I just don't see how that can happen. It was kind of like a perfect storm yesterday, what happened as far as us getting the win. I think we'll be lucky to get one more without Steph.
Well,
but it seems like everyone seems to think, okay, go ahead, my bad.
Well, no, Aaron, what I was going to say is actually, like, I think you've got some real points here, but the one thing that you said was you don't think it's sustainable. And what I guess I'd ask you is, does it need to be sustainable? You're right. I don't think there's any sustainability to it. However, if the Warriors can do that one more time in the next week, it keeps them in it until maybe Steph comes back, you know?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not trying to be the glass half empty type of guy, but I don't think there's any chance Steph's playing in Game 5. He's not going to get reevaluated till Game 5, which probably means he's probably not going to do any full-out running, and let alone sprinting. And I don't see them on Wednesday, game day, saying, okay, let's put him out there and see what he does.
Right, but what about Game 6? What about Game 6, Aaron? Because if they could do it one more time, they can get to Game 6.
If they can do it one more time, I just don't see where the buckets are going to come from unless Jimmy goes throwback. And I know his name is Playoff Jimmy, and all the big hype about him. I don't think those runs to the finals in the East are nearly as impressive since Braun left the East. It was the bubble and all that went on with that. And it's not like he was just pouring in 35 points a night and just carrying. I mean, Bam was helping. Hero, there was other guys that were carrying the load. Buddy, there's as good a chance next game that he's going to shoot like he did in the first half. Actually, there's a better chance that he shoots like he did in the first half than what he did in the second half. Moses is nowhere to be found. He's almost unplayable. GP won't shoot the open 3 when it's there for him. Pods is hit or miss. I just don't see where the points are going to come from. I mean, Draymond, 16 first half points. He'd be lucky to score 16 points in any game again the rest of this series. I mean, I love Draymond. I love what he does. He keeps us from being a soft team. He gives us that little edge. Sometimes he toes the line a little bit, but hey, that's Draymond. I just don't see how we're going to be able to score with these. I mean, there's a very good chance after the Wolves coach pretty much hung out to dry and basically said that you pretty much lost this game for us. He's probably going for 40 tomorrow. There's no way they're going to shoot. What was it? 15, 17%, whatever it was, they shot from 3.
Yeah,
Aaron,
17%. Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron.
I don't think that you're wrong about them playing better, but I also think that you look at Pods and Moody, and if they don't play better, Steph or no Steph, I don't think you advance out of the series. So I look at the way the Warriors played, outside of Draymond, nobody offensively played that well either.
Yeah, I mean, Buddy eventually did.
Right, but he was terrible in the first half.
Yeah, he called out GP2. GP2 was 2 of 3 from beyond the arc last night. I know he doesn't shoot it a lot. He's not very good at shooting it out if it's not out of the corner. But here's what I'd say. It's not that Aaron doesn't have a lot of points. What Aaron is saying, though, to me, is painting with a very broad brush. And what we've learned in these NBA playoffs is that, quite frankly, nothing looks sustainable. Like, you have to be ready for surprise performances because they keep happening.
Yeah, Buddy Hield in Game 7.
Look at the Pacers' entire run. They've had miraculous victories. Boston loses Game 1 at home. Oklahoma City gaffes one away at home. All you're looking for the Warriors to do, if you say, boy, if you're leaning on pods, you're in trouble. True. Could he do it once? Once.
Well, he did last series.
Exactly.
He did it once.
That's all you're really looking for. Could he come home on Saturday night and score 20? Could he? Sure.
Well, he did it in Game 4 in the previous series. So.
Could Moody? Could Kuminga? Could Buddy stay hot? Like, all of these guys, like, don't forget that this is how, like, the way Aaron sounds, that's how I felt when the Warriors went into Game 3 at home a week and a half ago, tied 1-1 with Houston, and Jimmy Butler not on the floor. We sat down for the game, and I'm like, they're probably not going to win this.
It's also how you felt going into Sunday in Game 7.
And so they went into Game 3, and I didn't think they'd win, and then they started playing, and I really didn't think they were going to win. And they went down by 13 points right away, and I'm like, yeah, they're going to take Steph out of the game, and I don't know offensively what they do. We're right back to the team that we were in January.
Right.
And then the second half happens, and they win by 9, and everything's hunky-dory.
There's different ways to win a game,
of course.
Right?
And then Jimmy comes back, and you look worse with him in Game 4, even though you end up winning. So sustainability is not really what we're looking for here. You're looking for one pop.
Well, there's no such thing in a series as sustainability.
Correct.
Like, the Warriors don't go into Game 2 with momentum, and even if they had Steph Curry, you wouldn't go into Game 2 with momentum. And the whole thing about the zigzag theory, and we're seeing it a little bit right now with Boston up 11 against New York. Boston lost Game 1 at home, so the most likely result is they're going to win Game 2. And you mentioned it earlier, OKC by 1,000 tonight in their second game. OKC loses Game 1 at home, and there's a reason why they're favored by 10.5 or 11. It's because the expectation is that the team that lost at home is going to come back and put the hammer on. So Game 2 tomorrow in Minnesota. I believe the T-Wolves are favored by, I don't know if the number's out yet, but it's probably 10.
I think it's
I would
out,
bet.
And I think,
10 and a half?
Guru said it was 10. Let me get a fully up-to-date deal here on tomorrow night's game.
And even if Steph was playing, the Warriors would still have been 7 or 7.5 point underdogs, I would guess, and it's because of that.
10.5.
So Minnesota, most likely, no matter who plays, Steph or anybody else, Minnesota comes out tomorrow and they play with their hair on fire because they understand the urgency of winning that game. And so you come back here in Game 3, Steph won't play in that game either. The role players play better at home, and we'll see what the Warriors can do. They might be up 2-0, but they've already won one game on the road. So I don't believe that just because you don't have Steph Curry, you can't win. You may have to go about it in a different way.
You of course do.
Pat Spencer, Kuminga, Post, Looney, Moody, Gee. I mean, you're going to have to throw a lot of this at the wall and see what actually works.
No doubt. And I don't see any reason, to your point, this is how I'll say it. I don't see any reason at all to feel confident about tomorrow night's game. I don't see it. But it's sports.
Man.
Are y'all telling me you've never sat down to watch a game and been surprised before? And we see this in the NBA constantly. Teams are without their best player, and you immediately go to an assumption that means they're going to come out and they're going to look like crap. And they don't. Because even though they are less than, whoever's filling in for them is what? An NBA player.
Yeah, pro basketball
player.
player.
That's an NBA player.
Yep.
And they're allowed to go out there and do a couple of things, structure it differently. So I'm with Aaron from the perspective of kind of what I said earlier. I'm all good with the word hope. I'm not good with the word expectation. I do not expect the Warriors to win the series, but I'm not without hope.
Right. I never expected them to win the series to begin with.
Well, we both picked them.
We did.
We both picked them.
But that's a prediction. And, the expectation of it for me, I expect Oklahoma City to win that series. And they may not, but that's one where you look at it and it's the 1 seed and they won 68 games. I would expect them to win that series. Warriors and Minnesota, 1 game separated them in the regular year, and Minnesota has home court. I think that they should. I mean, they could. I don't expect it. For me, when you get into expectation, that starts to be where you get disappointed if it doesn't happen.
Right.
And you and I both said, hey, if you get to the second round and you go deep 6 or 7 games, well, that's all we can really expect.
Well, you know who the litmus test is knockout champion and technical director Mark Grandy, who, when you and I both said, if you get to round 2 and you get deep into round 2, I'm not going to say, is it a bummer? Sure. But I'm not going to say, oh, that's a disappointment. You came up short because you didn't make the conference finals. But you, Grandy, said you'd be disappointed. And watch this. I'm going to make a prediction. Now that Steph Curry is going to miss at least 3 basketball games, that changed your mind. Fair?
It would make me feel a little different. I would still feel disappointed that they didn't make it to the conference finals, but it would be a little more understandable.
Yeah. So, that's all. I think that this series now takes on a very, very different tone. But it doesn't mean that we now know what's going to happen. I mean, if these games tell us anything, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Not this year. Yeah. We're still waiting for a home team to win a game. Right. In round 2.
Yeah.
We're still waiting.
5-0, right? The road team.
5-0.
5-0.
Call my message phone. Yeah. Boston's up by 5 in the second quarter. Okay. Maybe they'll be the one. Maybe not.
Maybe OKC later. The FanDuel odds now, as far as the most likely, according to the odds makers, result is T-Wolves in 7. So
interesting.
Plus 290, that's the shortest price. So even the odds makers are telling you that they see the Warriors still winning at least 2 games.
2 more games.
And if Steph's not going to play until game 6 and the T-Wolves would thus win in 7, that means the Warriors would win 1 game without Steph and then ostensibly they'd win game 6.
If don't even know if Steph's going to play in that game.
Exactly. Yeah. But my point is, the greater point is that the FanDuel odds makers are still telling you that the most likely result is T-Wolves in 7, which means the Warriors have a fighting chance in games 2 through 7.
No, of course they do.
Right.
Here's the other side to this. If you just go into a vacuum and think about the Warriors, either without Jimmy or without Steph, here's what I would tell you. I don't think they are a great team anymore. I don't think they're a great team. I also don't think they're a bad one. They're not a bad one. What they become when they lose either Steph or Jimmy, in my mind, they go from one of the top 5 or 6 teams in the NBA, and they fall down to a little bit more middle of the packish, 10 to 15 maybe in the NBA. And now you have a very small sample of basketball games, and you ask one of those middle of the road or middle of the road plus teams to go win a game. Y'all watch games?
Yeah.
That happens.
Utah beat both of these teams this year.
That happens. I would not predict a 4-game win streak for any of these teams against any of these teams at any point the rest of the way. And that's the only way. If you feel like Steph, and we don't know this, but if he's got a chance to at least be there by game 6, that's all you're asking for, really. You can hope for more, but all you super duper need is to not let Minnesota go on a 4-game win streak.
Right.
That would surprise me if they went on a 4-game win streak.
I'd be stunned.
Big time.
That'd be 2 wins here and then another win back there. Yeah. I don't think that's happening.
Steve Kerr's around the corner, but we do have time for you before he gets here. He's still 20 minutes away. We got a full board that we want to get to, so if you're on hold, stay right there. We're coming your way. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Stopped by Butler. Finds Buddy Hield. Pump fake. Dribble drive. Skipped it over to Peyton. Peyton now waits back to Buddy. Right corner three. Got it! A little chaos is good for the soul. And Golden State leads 72-53.
Bay Area, it's Pat Spencer. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Pat. It was a huge day for people named Pat Spencer. Turns out I have a very good high school buddy who now lives in Georgia. His name's Mike Spencer.
Oh, okay.
And he and his wife sent out congratulations to their son because he's a high school baseball player. He's an outfielder, and he made first team. Made first team for their league. So they sent out the Instagram photos of that, and they said, congrats. His first name is Patrick.
There you go.
Congrats, Patrick Spencer. I'm like, man, Patrick Spencers are crushing it here on a Tuesday.
Spencer.
Bay Area, it's Pat Spencer.
Yeah, hi, Pat. Steve Kerr, 11 minutes away.
Love it.
Steve Kerr, 11 minutes away. Okay? But 888-957-957 is the number, and we're talking to you. Until then, how about Miguel in Fresno? Hi, Miguel. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm glad I called right before Steve Kerr. I know we got to steal one game before Curry gets back. So is Steve Kerr cooking up something? Are we going to get a Pat Spencer game? Is it going to be Kuminga? What is it going to be? Jimmy takeover? How are we going to steal one game before Curry gets back? And what are we going to do to the Wolves? Can we soften them up by throwing bodies and defense at them so when Curry gets back, they're just tired?
I mean, Miguel. Here's how I look at it, Miguel. Thanks. I don't really see it as some individual needs to go have a heater and the Jimmy game or the Jonathan game or the Pat game. I don't see it necessarily like that. I think that some factors need to go your way. You've pointed this out a couple times. The Warriors are a great defensive team, and this injury will not change that. It will not change that, and you could easily argue that it would make it even better. Steph is not the center of the defense, even though he does play a lot better on defense than he did early in his career. But still, the Warriors will still be a great defensive team. So can they keep one kind of low scoring and pull it out? Absolutely. On offense, can they play with fluidity and have some role players who don't necessarily go off, but have a nice night? You know what I mean? Can you get those 15 and 17 points from those guys? Sure, that could happen. And then could somebody else go off? Could Pods do another 26 points? Could Buddy do another 33? It's possible, but I don't think it's overly necessary. The Warriors are nowhere near as good as they were without Steph Curry, but they don't just suddenly denigrate into a college team. They're just still a very capable basketball team to go win a game.
You've got 2 Hall of Famers remaining on your team. So for me, anyway, it just makes me think about how you go about scoring and how you go about offense. Because with Steph out there, obviously you're going to look to get him as many shots as possible and the gravity that he brings and all the rest of it. But now, for me, and we can get into this with Steve Kerr here, and he won't get into too many details about the game plan, but it becomes much more of an inside-out offense with Jimmy Butler. You get Jimmy Butler involved in the post and you let him pass out of it. And if you get a matchup that Jimmy Butler likes, he can go ahead and score. If not, you work the ball around. And I look at last night's game and they won, and you won without Steph Curry, and that's awesome. But in totality, the Warriors did not play that great offensively.
No. Oh, no.
You had Jimmy 7 of 20, Buddy 7 of 19, Brandon 1 of 7, Moses 0 for 4. You shot 39% from the floor, and you won the basketball game by 11. So if I'm Steve Kerr, I look at so many things about last night that are not positive, but the takeaway is you won the game anyway. The defense was extraordinary. Offensively, you didn't have a lot of great contributors. I mean, Buddy and Jimmy both scored, but Jimmy needed 20 shots to get 20 points. That's not efficient. Buddy needed 19 shots to get 24 points. That's not efficient. So if you get some contributions from Pods and Moses and Quentin, if he's in there, and the other ancillary pieces, I do think that you can still get to 100 points and you can be effective without Steph.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond was probably, I mean, if you want to talk efficiency, he might have been one of the more efficient scorers, even though I know that he missed his last 5 from three-point range. I think he was 4 for 5 at one point, but he did score 18. We can't forget about those contributions. All right, Paul is next and either is or was on 280. Hi, Paul. Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, love the show. Thanks.
Thanks.
You ever notice? I think Buddy has a on-court superstition. You ever notice there's a dead ball or players are lining up for a free throw? The referee's holding the ball. Buddy will go up, hold the ball, not just touch the ball, but with 2 hands, kind of twist the ball and go back to where he was. In fact, over the weekend there was a dead ball timeout. The refs were at the scorer's table looking at the monitor for a coach's challenge. Out of nowhere, Buddy walks up and does his little superstition, and the refs looks at him like, "Okay, I got you." Anyway, if Buddy can keep if Buddy can keep doing that, let's rock and roll. Go Warriors. That's all I got, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Buddy Hield. We always hear about the Warriors playing with joy. Buddy Hield. That's one of the ways he fits right in. And Steve has talked to us about this. Buddy Hield puts up more shots, apparently, in practice than any player that they have ever seen in their entire lives. Like, he just loves to shoot the basketball. He loves to have the ball in his hands. He loves to hit a 3-point shot. And so in this moment, with where the Warriors find themselves, that's a great thing, because you heard Jimmy say that in his press conference. Like, one of the things that's going to really matter now is that everybody who's on the court has got to be willing, no fear, to score the basketball. Everybody on the court. If it's open, fire with confidence, even those of you, Moses, and others who are struggling right now.
Yeah, if you're going to play and there's a shot that's created, it must be taken. That's the old Don Nelson, the old Nelly-ism, and it's even more, I think, appropriate now to say that, and you're right with Steph out, because if you have Steph on the court and you have a shot that's open with 12 on the shot clock, maybe it's not the best shot because you might be able to work it around and get it to the best shooter that's ever played basketball. But if Steph is out, yeah, if you're open, let it fly. And that's where I look at Draymond last night. And you mentioned he missed his last 5 threes, but even at that, he shot 10 threes on the game. He's only done that 3 other times in his career. One of those times was actually this year where he shot 14 threes in a game. So if Draymond Green is a guy who is going to have to step up offensively, and I think that he is, he's not going to shy away from it.
No, absolutely not. The Warriors were overall, they were efficient from 3-point range last night. Shot almost 43%. They shot over 40% from 3. You take that every single time. Obviously, Buddy Hield, who was the one who kind of drove that, going 5 for 8. But GP was 2 or 3. Steph was 3 or 6 before he left. So they had plenty going on from the 3-point line. Certainly more than their counterparts did. Holy hell.
Yep.
Minnesota ended up at 17%.
5 of 29
for the game last night.
And they missed their first 16 from 3.
Yeah. And 5 of 29 somehow blends in with what they did in the final game against the Lakers, which they won. They are 12 for their last 76 from beyond the arc. And they're a good 3-point shooting team. Like,
yeah, top 5 in percentage.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. All right, Steve's going to be here in a few minutes. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hi, Trevor. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Few points I want to make. I thought that the Rockets series was actually a little bit more difficult of a series than this was going to be. I just thought there was more high energy there, and I thought the Warriors were cooked in Game 7. So I'm done. I'm done doubting anything they might do. But I think with the defense that they put down on Game 1, if they keep that going, it will be a collective effort. It's not going to be one guy going off, although it would be nice if it did. But he doesn't need to go for 25. He can go for 15, and then maybe Pajimski and maybe Moody finds his shot and Buddy does his thing. I don't count the Warriors out of this at all. I just don't see it the same way that a lot of other people do. I'm actually excited to see Game 2. If they lose, they lose, but I would love to see what this looks like without Steph Curry, actually. I'm kind of intrigued to see if some of these guys seize the moment, step up, take the opportunity to go out there and play hard. I think that's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to win. They probably won't. But, I mean, they're certainly not out of this series by any means. And so I think that everybody needs to just kind of pump the brakes and wait and see. It's not all doom and gloom. Curry will be back in this series in Game 6 or Game 7. I'm guessing if the Game 6 is an elimination game, he'll be back. And if not, maybe they do hold him out till Game 7. But I think this team is a lot better than people are giving them credit for. Yeah, they're streaky. We've been saying that all year. But if people peak at the right time and start doing the right things, anything can happen. Anything can happen, and the defense can hold this game close. As long as they're playing tight D like they've been doing, the game will be close. And that gives them the opportunity. That gives them the chance.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying at all. Trevor, really appreciate it. And I'll throw this in. You might not like this, but this is how I feel with regard to just specifically tomorrow night, not the whole series, but just specifically tomorrow night. I find tomorrow night to be set up to be the most relaxing fan experience game of the playoffs yet.
Yeah, elaborate, because I'm with you.
Okay. Tomorrow night, you just get to root for the good. And if you don't get it, it's okay.
Right?
That's it. That's it. The only other game that sort of felt like that was when Jimmy Butler was out for Game 3, but that was a home game in a 1-1 series tie. And so that felt to me a much more dramatic and stressful. This one tomorrow, man, if you can get it, wow. Wow, if you can get it, you're in great shape. And if you don't get it, well, then you still got your split and you come on home and you see if you can regain the series advantage. I think tomorrow night is set up for the fans to just kind of like skew positive. Just take the good, because this is a very, very hard assignment now without their best player. All right, we're ready to go. Steve is here. Out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. We're also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners in the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Here's Coach. Hi, Coach. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. I would love to hear you, in your words, describe the emotions that you have felt over the last 24 hours to arrive in Minnesota, win in Minnesota, but also view and experience what happened to Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a few days for sure. You know, winning that Game 7 in Houston, and then going ahead and taking care of Game 1 last night, and then of course, just seeing Steph go down, and especially with a hamstring. I mean, it's one thing if it's a rolled ankle, but the hamstrings are always so tricky, and so it's been a roller coaster for sure. But we can't do anything but prepare for tomorrow and the rest of the series, and try to go get a win and give Steph time to heal and come back. So that's the focus.
What were the emotions like, especially at halftime, getting in the locker room where it was pretty clear at that point already that Steph was going to be out not only for the second half, but for some time?
Yeah, I mean, I just felt terrible for him. I went in at halftime. He already had some ice on his hamstring, and he was sitting on the floor in the locker room in the middle of, the whole team. And I didn't say much of anything. I just went and gave him a hug, and I don't know. It's just so devastating to see someone who cares so much and who puts so much into it. To see him go down and to know how disappointed he was, it's tough. But again, injuries are part of things in this business, and you have to respond. You have to move forward.
Steve, it's been reported that there's so much emotion with something like this that he was in tears, and you just shared that there really weren't a lot of words that the two of you said, but when you see that, I wonder what goes through your mind, because I think a fan, when they hear that Steph was in tears, they're thinking to themselves, oh my gosh, like he must be processing that he thinks maybe this is over for the season? Like when you see that, what goes through your mind?
Well, I think that's really presumptuous for anybody to just think that. I just think it's a hamstring. Hamstrings are tricky. As we announced today, it's going to be at least a week, and that's almost the rest of the series. So, yeah, we just have to move forward, and there's not a whole lot we can do. Nor Steph. All he can do is rest, rehab, and our job is to keep the series moving forward and go out tomorrow and try to find a way to win and then move on to game 3 and take it from there. So there's not much else to say.
Well, last night you had to go forward and go about winning that basketball game. I know you were up when you got hurt and you extended the lead. What was so impressive to you about the effort and the individuality of the players who were able to shake off that massive adversity and still go out and handle business on the road?
Well, holding a team like that to 89 on their home floor, that's incredible defense. And as you guys know, we're the number 1 defense in the league since the Jimmy trade. What we did in Houston in Game 7, holding them under 90, this is not an accident. Draymond is the best defender I've ever seen in my life, and he's playing at such a high level at that end of the floor. And then, of course, Jimmy is Jimmy. I mean, he's one of the best players in the league. He controls games. I thought he controlled the whole fourth quarter. He knew exactly what he was doing. We didn't really need to score. We needed to take care of the ball, and we needed to defend. And those two guys held down the fort, under a lot of pressure on the road against a desperate team. That was really impressive. They never got it under 9. Going into the fourth, I think it was 20. We knew they'd make a run, and they never got it below 9. So that's a hell of a job to finish the game. And no question, Draymond and Jimmy are the anchors, now with Steph out. And Buddy Hield hit some big shots. Gary Payton made some big plays. So just a great effort to close that game out.
Coach, you've got some great veteran leaders, obviously, but I wonder when you detail that emotional roller coaster of Game 7 and travel and then turn around and new city and then Steph injured, do you do anything different as a coach with the way you're addressing your team because of that roller coaster?
Not really. You just look at everything from a very realistic perspective. We met as a staff today. We gave the players a day off. They really needed it. But we met as a staff. We talked about messaging and, how we approach tomorrow and, what we're going to try to accomplish. And so tomorrow morning at shoot-around, we'll have those discussions and lay out our game plan and go from there.
And how much does the game plan change? I know that there's obviously going to be different wrinkles and different offensive sets without Steph Curry out there and different rotations. But as a coaching staff, when you approach Game 2, is it dramatically different, or is it just kind of subtle changes to what you're already doing?
Well, that's still to be determined. We have to think about lineup combinations, substitution patterns. We have to think about the actions that we're running. Without Steph, how do we free ourselves up against a really tough defense? Those are all things that we talked about at our staff meeting today, and they're all things that I'm not going to tell you right now on this show.
That hurts a little, Steve. I'll be honest. I thought we'd, gotten to a spot where maybe you would reveal things like game plans and rotations.
Oh, this has nothing to do with relationships. I love you guys. I just don't feel like revealing any information that might help Minnesota. So I know you understand that.
That I do, yeah.
Playoff Jimmy, right? Right, Steve? Come on. He can go for 50 the next 4 games in a row.
Well, I will say it's what a luxury to have a guy who has performed the way he has in the playoffs over the years, and the way he carried his Heat teams to the finals, twice. He's an incredible player and leader, and so it's a huge luxury to have him for sure.
I will ask you this, Steve, because you are obviously less dynamic offensively, and because, as you've even detailed, you guys are a phenomenal defensive team, and that doesn't really change. Is there like a difference in approach to style of game? Like, are you looking to play a more defensive, lower scoring game now?
No, we're just trying to defend the best way we can. I mean, we know we have to rely on our defense. I mean, we don't have Steph to bail us out. So, absolutely the game begins and ends with our defense. But I don't think that's necessarily changing our philosophy. I mean, that's what's gotten us this far. And without Steph, if we don't defend, we're in big trouble. So that's the focus.
Always seems like game one of any series is a feeling out sort of a game, and you played 12 guys last night. Was that a byproduct of the Steph injury, or is that something that you were looking to explore to see who might work in this matchup overall?
I would say it was more the injury. As soon as Steph went down, it changed everything. I mean, we knew coming into the game that we were going to play a lot of people based on Game 7 in Houston and just the nature of that Houston series, the physicality and playing every other day, all that stuff. But once Steph went down, that necessitated a couple more substitutions and getting more people involved. And so you have to adapt as you go.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I just wonder when you're looking at this stuff, when you go into the playoffs, how much stuff like this even crosses your mind, or maybe you don't have the luxury to even think about it. But when a team goes into a physical series and they do end up in a Game 7, and you've talked about how this is an aging dynasty, is that on your mind as a concern with night after night, these games, the travel, the 42-minute, box scores? Is that on your mind that maybe that's more than those, 35, 37-year-old bodies can handle?
Of course it is. Of course it is. That's something we consider. But, you get into these situations where, you're in a series. If you want to advance, if you want to survive and advance, then what are you going to do? Play Steph 32 minutes and lose a game? You got to do what you got to do to advance. But you're well aware that the heavy minutes can take a toll, and I don't think there's any question that going 7 against Houston and the nature of that series, the physicality, the heavy minutes for Steph. That's that took a toll. But the alternative is, you play them way less and you lose the series against Houston, and everybody says, "The hell are you doing not playing Steph?"
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not really like a dilemma at all. It's just reality.
And one thing you can do as a coach is to, break up the action and use your timeouts. And I'm curious, Steve, you had to burn one early last night, a minute into the game, because apparently somebody had the wrong clothing on. Is that a first for you? A timeout for a wardrobe issue?
I've seen guys try to check into the game over my career where they had the wrong jersey on, or they had a T-shirt on instead of their jersey. I've seen that a couple of times. I've never seen a guy actually play in a game with the wrong shorts on. So that was rather amusing, I must say.
Steve, can you even give us an idea of how something like that happens? Like, why would there be like a similar pair of shorts in his locker other than the actual uniform?
Well, I know we have like practice shorts. Guys go out and shoot pregame in something other than their game shorts. So we got more equipment than anybody knows what to do with the Warriors. So he must have just forgotten to take the practice shorts off and put the game shorts on.
Yeah, and I know you have a replay coach in the second row. You got coaches for everything. Are you going to add a wardrobe coach now to the staff?
We are. Yeah, we are currently recruiting from the New York Fashion Institute and looking for a consultant for uniform decisions.
I love it. Coach Kerr's got material. This is great.
When you first said that, you made me believe it. Like you said that firmly, Coach. Oh my goodness! I
was dying laughing as it happened last night. I mean, it's the first minute of the series, and it was. I just found it hilarious. I love Buddy. He's one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life, and it was kind of fitting. It's his approach to life. It's that island mentality from the Bahamas. Like, there's not a whole lot of care into anything. It's just enjoy life and go out and be Buddy Hield. That's awesome.
Well, dying laughing is exactly what a lot of people were doing with this post-game performance that he and Jimmy have put on. Can you take our audience through how that relationship developed so quickly?
Not really. I don't know much more than you guys do. It's just, all of a sudden they started ripping each other in the media, and they're clearly doing it good-naturedly, and they're both taking a lot of joy out of ribbing each other. And I'm just like you. I'm just sitting back and enjoying the show.
And does that make the locker room culture and the flights and all the rest of it feel much more like a family when you have, Buddy's new this year and Jimmy's new mid-year, and yet these guys are getting on so swimmingly? Does that help the overall vibe of the team too?
Hell yeah! I just think humor is such an important dynamic in anybody's life, but in the NBA with all the pressure and all that stuff, I think humor is the great elixir for the stress, and so those guys both bring plenty of that.
So, Steve, 28.5 points a game for Buddy over these last two. You're going to need some points from him now. How sustainable is this effort?
Well, they're going to put their best defender on him now that Steph's out, and so maybe it's McDaniels. We'll see, but they're going to try to, keep Buddy down, and we're going to have to try to find ways to free him up. The number one way to do that is to get stops, and you get out in transition, and so this game is going to come down to our defense. We have to defend at a high level and create transition opportunities, and if we don't do that, it's going to be really tough in the half court without Steph. So defense is the number one priority.
Coach, just listening to you talk about Buddy, I'm reminded of when Jimmy Butler was acquired, and you had told us you had never really spent much time with him before. What about Buddy Hield? Did you know him before he came to the Warriors and know this personality?
No, I didn't know him at all, but Luke Walton coached him in Sacramento, and Luke told me years ago that Buddy was one of his favorite guys. Chris DeMarco, our assistant coach, has coached the Bahamian national team over the years, and so he knew Buddy really well. So the second we signed him, Chris texted me. He said, "You're going to love Buddy. Amazing guy, full of joy, full of life, and obviously, one of the best shooters in the league, too." So Buddy's just been amazing, and I look forward to seeing that guy every day. He's just a joy to be around.
I love the stories of these connections that percolate up, and it's Luke Walton, and it's Coach DeMarco, and it's Buddy in the Bahamas. But what's the story with Pat Spencer? Who found him? Where did this guy come from? I know he's a lacrosse player by way of a D1 basketball player as well, but all of a sudden now it's let Pat cook. Who found him, Steve?
I love it. He's great, isn't he? I mean, the guy's just such a competitor. Obviously a great athlete. I mean, he's literally one of the greatest lacrosse players of all time at the college level. And then he goes to Northwestern for one season of basketball and then makes the NBA. So the story is amazing. I mean, the competitive nature, the work ethic, the fearlessness, and it's showing every time we put him into a game. He's just, playing with his hair on fire and making an impact. I don't know for sure how we found him. I do know that Kent Lacob has been a big part of this over the years, finding these diamonds in the rough, guys like Juan Toscano-Anderson and Damian Lee, some of the guys who we've, kind of filtered through Santa Cruz. Kent's got a really good eye for these type guys who can come in and make an impact. And Pat has definitely done exactly that.
Coach, pretty exciting 3 days outside of the Steph injury, but I do want to ask you about a player or two who right now look like they're scuffling a little bit. What do you see with Moses Moody, and what is your plan for him going forward?
I think Moses will bounce back. It's just been, 2 games where he played 11 minutes and 9 minutes, the last, game 7 and game 1. So he, part of that is he plays the same position as Buddy. Buddy's been rolling. We've ridden with Buddy for good reason. He's been on fire. So the minutes haven't been there for Moses. And I think, the Houston series was an interesting one for him. It's the first time anybody's ever put a center on him. Houston put Şengün on him. And it changed the pictures quite a bit. It took away a lot of his openings. Changed our offensive structure because normally we have Draymond in the pick and roll with the center on him. And, they put their center on Moses, and that puts him in the pick and roll. It's a different look for him and a different vibe. So this is part of the playoffs, and this is where teams really expose everything that you do, and so when there's a disruption in the patterns and the way the game is played, it can affect everybody. I've been there as a player. It's a tough spot to be in where you just, you feel a little bit negated. You're not playing as well as you want for a couple games. But this is what it's all about. If you go the whole way, it's 2 months of this. It's incredibly stressful. And so part of this for young players, part of this experience is dealing with a couple of bad games and then being able to respond. And I have no doubt Moses will respond. He's such a high-character guy. He plays so hard. He cares so much. And so I think, going into game 2, I think Moses just needs to rely on, what's made him such a good player for us as a starter, these last few months.
Yeah, and some of that is the intangibility of what he brings. And I'm thinking about Pods in that very vein where he's not shooting it well, but he still was able to get 8 rebounds. How do you unlock Brandon's offensive game, especially now that Steph's going to be out?
Well, similar to Moses, a young player who's going through it, for the first or second time, going through the postseason and feeling the different ways people are guarding them, focusing on them. As soon as Steph went out last night, they put McDaniels on Brandon to put pressure on him as a ball handler, and that changed things for him. And so it's a great learning experience for him and for Moses and for all of our young guys. And it's a matter of, as coaches, helping them adapt and adjust and helping them, get back to a comfort zone. And I'm confident that they'll get there.
Steve, interesting to hear Finch go after the refs today. I saw your response as well. I guess I would just ask you, you're only one game in, but do you see this series as being as physical as the last one is? And sort of, what's your hope for how the officials handle that this time around?
Well, every game is physical around the league. It's, the way the playoffs are played, it's just, both teams are going to foul all the time, and that's what I see. I mean, the first 10 plays of the game last night, I thought Steph got bear hugged on the 8 of them. And so I got my own complaints, and that's the same way in the Houston series. And Chris is justifiably going to look at the film and see plays where they got fouled. And every coach in the league, Kenny Atkinson right now, I mean, I've seen Kenny's comments the last couple of games. He's upset with the physicality. And, I just think welcome to the playoffs. This is what it's about. And the coaches have to say what they have to say, send in the clips, talk to the league, whatever it is. But in the end, the refs are going to determine, how they want to call it, what they're going to call, and it's up to the players and the teams to adapt and adjust.
All right, Coach. Well, I didn't know this rule in the second round, but apparently the home team loses every game, so congrats on your win tomorrow night.
We'll take it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, can you believe this, Coach?
I know, it's crazy. It really is. I didn't see this coming.
Boston's up right now, as you may well know, but long way to go. Coach, thank you very much. Good to chat with you. Good luck tomorrow night.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. There he is. That is, whoops, wrong button. That's Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort. Same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. And brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. There's Coach Kerr.
There he is. Yeah. And it's good to be happy and confident after a game 1 win where you played pretty well, but he certainly is quietly reserved and concerned because you don't have Steph. And the reality is, if he's not going to be reevaluated until next Wednesday, which is the day of Game 5, that tells me he's not playing Game 5. So maybe he's ready for Game 6, which would be on the following Sunday. So if you're Steve Kerr, you're looking at it already like 4 more games, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we will get all 4 games, certainly, unless you sweep Minnesota. So trying to figure out what do we do? And, today's an off day for the players, not an off day for the coaches. And you got to start to set about, like, what can you do? What's going to work against Minnesota?
My takeaways from that conversation, first of all, hearing him talk about it is one thing, and it just brings into focus what this team has endured over the last 5 days, okay? So you go into Game 6 in your own building with the hopes of closing out the Houston Rockets.
Yep.
You have a very disappointing performance. Draymond Green points the finger at himself and hates the lack of poise in that game. Somehow you have to then find the resolve to get on a plane, pack for 2 cities, get on a plane, and head out Sunday in Houston and do what they did there. Very, very difficult. They win the game. Then you fly immediately to Minnesota, find the emotional resolve to go out and play that game, 3 of the 4 quarters without Steph Curry, receive the information that your star is down and is going to be down for quite some time, and then arrives at now, which is this conversation. And I don't know about you, I felt like you could hear a little bit from Steve. He talked about the toll that the Houston series took on all of them physically. I like all of this just in the last 5 days. I think you can hear it. I think you can hear the sort of the fatigue that this team must be feeling right now. That is a lot to go through as a basketball team. I'm not talking about life here, but as a basketball team, that's a lot to go through in 5 days.
It's a ton, and you could even go further back beyond that where, you had to go to Houston for Game 5 and then back here for 6, then back there for 7. So it's been a lot of travel. There's been a lot of games in a row, and it's stressful, and it's just basketball, and it's just your job. But he mentioned the idea of humor and laughter and how important that is. Yep. It's the elixir for the pressure. And so, that's where the Buddy and Jimmy thing, I think, is very helpful. But still, you're playing a lot of basketball games, and then you get into a new series, and you lose your star early in the second quarter. And so now it's a whole new wave of stress, and you find a way to get that game and you get the win. And just hearing him talk about today as an off day, and I heard him say it yesterday after the game, he's like, they're going to have tomorrow because they need it. They're going to have the whole day off and they need it. And just hearing him sounded like he was either with his grandkids or at an amusement park. Maybe he's at the Twins game. Wherever he was, I'm sure everybody's just enjoying a day of like, let's just get away. Let's get away from all this because not having Steph Curry is going to be there tomorrow. But for today, everyone, we're up 1-0. Go enjoy your day in Minnesota. Wow. And I understand it's a lovely day there. So, you get the off day and hopefully you come back a little bit more refreshed.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's 68 and sunny. So beautiful day out there in Minnesota.
Like here in the city.
Yeah, and you're right, we probably should have allowed him to, and maybe he wouldn't want to, but take a step back from the last 2 basketball games and just take a moment to look at what your team just achieved. Like, take a moment. Game 7 on the road. Check. Turn around, get on a flight, go to Minnesota. They are rested and waiting for you. You win that one by double digits. You do it without your star.
Yep.
Take a moment and look at what the Warriors just did in the last 72 hours in 2 road games. It's pretty unbelievable. The other thing that for me really stood out, and I would love to highlight this because I know there are a lot of Warrior fans, and I'm not saying this is unfair. I think this is normal for a fan. But there are a lot of people that look at an injury like what Steph just got, and Doc Pandia even said it. He said, this is a usage injury. That's what leads to this. So for Steve to get an opportunity to speak on the idea of, we had to do Game 6 and then Game 7 and only one night off and travel and 42 minutes and 42 minutes. And a lot of people will go, see, you're 37 years old. You can't do this. And Steve's response was perfect, was what would you like the alternative to be?
Right.
It's a risk that you have to take. Your other alternative, as he put it, is to play Steph 7 less minutes per game and watch round 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's your other alternative.
Well, it's the reality of having an older team.
Sure.
You're going to have older players, and when he happens to be your best player and he's 37, well, you're going to ask him to do things that you normally wouldn't ask a 37-year-old to do. Jeff Green for Houston in the last series, I think he's also 37. He only played about 3 minutes in garbage time because he's not their best player. LeBron James is 40, and he played a ton of minutes. And in fact, J.J. Redick played all their starters in that one game the entire second half, including the 40-year-old, because he thought that was the best way to get them across the finish line and win the game. So it's unfortunate that you have to do that, but you have to do that. And when Steph is ready in Game 6, hopefully, guess what, Steph? You're playing 35 or 40 minutes, and he'll want to.
I mean, maybe.
And if
that's
he's good enough to go, of course, but if he's healthy enough to play, you're going to play him. It's kind of like what happened with KD in the finals against Toronto, where it was clear that his Achilles was not good. It was not healthy, yet he wanted to go out there and play, and the thing blew apart on him.
We're always looking at our YouTube chat and the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. One of them just came in and said, why doesn't the league allow for more rest? Now, this is an interesting question. Same thing here, though. Bottom line, this is a television show. Like, that's what this is. And so when you start losing more teams, you're going to get less rest because the NBA and TNT and ESPN and NBA TV, they all want content. And so they're going to want these games on the air, and they're not going to let Tuesday night just be an off day for all the teams,
right?
So that everybody can, hang out, get in a round of golf, and sit down late at night with a bottle of wine. Like, that's not what they're doing. So this is how it works. You have to play. I actually think they do a good job of not creating any back-to-backs. They'll never do that in the playoffs. But yeah, this is the assignment. This is the assignment, and this is why people use the phrase Father Time is undefeated, because these things happen. And it's damn impressive that the Warriors even have the opportunity that they do currently have, because I would argue that when it does come to injury, I know that Evan Mobley missed a game. I know Darius Garland has missed 2. But if you look around the league right now, I know the Celtics played 1 game without Tatum. Nobody has dealt in these playoffs with more injury issues than the Warriors. Jimmy Butler's missed 2. Steph is now going to miss the better part of round 2, and they're still in it. They're still in it. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing they even have this opportunity, because the aforementioned and predicted injuries, they've happened. A lot of people predicted this, and here we are.
Right, and a lot of it, schedule-wise, is based on what you do in the first round, and they had to go 7 games.
Yep.
And so because you go 7, you don't get the quote-unquote luxury of having an easier schedule. I'm looking at the Indiana series where their first 3 games were Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, where you got some built-in extra days in there because their series in the first round ended more quickly. So if the Warriors would have beaten, Houston in 5, and the T-Wolves were also done in 5, I do think that you would have gotten a schedule that would have been more stretched out. It would have started earlier. And they don't want any of these series to end a lot before the other one in your conference, but if you do end things quickly in the first round, you do get a more favorable amount of break.
And the Warriors did have large breaks in between games when their series started. They had a lot of days off there in between games 1 and 2 and 3 in the Houston series. And yes, they were at Chase Center on Friday night with an opportunity. We said this, to create more rest. They didn't do it.
Nope.
They didn't do it. So, I would argue it's not on the NBA to create more rest. In the end, it's on you. It's on you.
And that's why I'm looking at this series in particular. And the mantra for me is not get me to the Greek, but get me to 6. Because Game 5 is Wednesday, and then Game 6 is on Sunday. So if you're down 3-2, whatever, then Steph would have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday the 18th would be Game 6, which is 11 days from now, which would give him hopefully ample time. We don't know how he's going to respond.
I think that one's still even a big question mark.
Of course it is, but the idea is that's where you get the gap when the big gap in this series is between Game 5 and Game 6.
888-957-9570. We're still here taking your calls. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for the ring.
Hey, you're welcome. Hey, so listen, I want to discuss something a little serious first of all.
Okay.
We have a little problem in our family. I mean, most of the members of my family are very strong Warriors fans. You know, I mean, there are a couple of outliers that like the Celtics, but we won't talk about them. But there is one notable exception in the family, and that's my dog, Chili. She's a Wolves fan. Okay, now I totally get it. I mean, that's her people, all right? That's her background. And, you know, we talked about it. I mean, it's kind of like having a bunch of Democrats in the family and one Republican. So, but, you know, we talked about it. You know, it was more of a monologue, but at least we came to an agreement. She's not going to howl when the Wolves score. So, you know, we're moving on from it and, you know, making the best.
I'll tell you what, Gene, my dog was a pain in the butt last night while we were trying to watch this game. I'm like, this game's at dinner time. We're trying to sit here with some food on the couch and watch the basketball game. And all this dog wants is some of my chicken pesto pasta. Dog, get out of the way. I got a game to watch.
All right. Can I say something about the Warriors, though? Seriously.
Of course you can, Gene.
I'm less concerned than a lot of people about his absence. You know, listen, I don't think we're going to come within a sniffing distance of winning a championship without him, or at least a quality version of him moving on. But I really seriously do believe we can win one and maybe even two of these next three games. Keep in mind, he hasn't always been, Game 4 Curry in the playoffs during the season or even in the playoffs. There were 2 or 3 games in the Houston series where he really didn't score very much. And even when he had, 20-something points, it was more volume shooting. So, I mean, that version of Curry, I think, is more easily replaceable in the short term. But once again, we are going to need the Hall of Fame version at times. I think we can get through this. We play tough defense. I like what I saw from Kuminga. That looked a little more promising than what we've seen, and we have the number 1 defense. So, all wrapped together, I think we can take one and maybe even 2 of the next 3, and then I think we'll be fine.
Gene, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, look, Steve said it. They're going to do it with defense. Whatever they're going to do with defense. But kind of circling back to the conversation we were having right before Steve came on, dude, tomorrow night's a wonderful watch.
I'm totally with you.
It's a wonderful watch.
That's where you said gravy earlier in the text thread.
Yep.
Tomorrow is the gravy game.
Yep.
Like, you lose that game, no matter how you lose it, you'd hate to lose it with a lot of effort. If you're going to lose tomorrow, lose 117-71.
Yeah, lose by 1,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Get me some Noxie. Get me some Spence.
Yeah, Jimmy can sit the second half out. But if you've got a shot at it.
Oh, of course, you shoot your shot.
Tomorrow night
has
you got. Opportunity to be an inspiration sensation.
That's a buck. Absolutely.
You could put the fear of you-know-what into Minnesota.
Fear of God, you can say that.
Yeah, I know, but or some people fear other things.
Fear of snakes?
I kind of fear the ocean. But anyway.
Normally when you say fear of, fill in the blank, it's usually a curse word. That's what caught me off guard.
Oh, we could do that too. We have to wait for a break. But anyway, that's an opportunity. Tomorrow night is nothing but that. It's an opportunity. It's one of those rare situations in life where something amazing can happen, but nothing bad can happen.
Exactly. It's a freebie. Yep. It's a free swing. Yep. It's like when you play a round with friends and you get one mulligan per round and you're on the 18th hole. It's like, okay, I'm gonna take a huge swing at this. I got my mully still. One mully, one toast. And so you take your swing and you go ahead and spray it in the woods. It's okay. Give me another ball. That was my mully, and that's what game 2 is.
Sean in Petaluma next. Hi, Sean. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yep.
I just want to say I think we're going to be just fine. But, I mean, really, what's really going to help is if we can get Pods and Moody to just make half of what they made last night, which for Moody was, just 2 of 4 or, just 1. I think if we can get...
Whoop. We lost Sean. Yeah. And by the way, my dad, who's a math teacher, would have a hard time with Moody hitting only half of what he hit last night because half of 0 is 0.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's still 0.
We need him to do more than hit half.
He scored 0.
He needs to hit twice as many shots as he did last night.
And Pods had a total of 3
points.
3.
8 rebounds.
8 rebounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's where
Pods and Moody combined for 3.
Right.
So tomorrow night they're going to need more than 1.5.
And that's why I was, saying that to Steve about Pods, because even when he doesn't shoot it well, and he really didn't shoot it well, he still contributed 8 rebounds. And I kind of was thinking that was what Steve was saying without saying it. Like, Moses, because you look at his line in 0 points, he also had 0 rebounds and 0 assists. So Moses is in a spot where he's not really doing a lot. If he's not scoring, he defends well, but outside of that, he's not really helping you.
No, and he only got 9 minutes. Pod still played 29 minutes. 29 minutes and got 3 points. But yes, 8 rebounds. Don't forget the 3 assists as well. And, we've been so into this turnover battle throughout the entire Rockets series. Make it 8-0. 8-0. Whoever wins the turnover battle is 8-0 in Warrior playoff games so far this year.
Wow.
They did it again. Last night, they had 12. Minnesota had 16. So, did it again. We'll keep going with your calls. 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Warrior Wednesday. It is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Bounce pass to Edwards. And Payton got away with a grab. Edwards goes in. No good. Rebound Draymond. That should have been a foul on Payton outside. Payton comes middle. Throws to the right corner. Hield right there. Fires and hits again. Oh, Buddy Love has given Golden State a 22-point lead. 55-point lead. 55-35.
My name is Buddy. I'm Batman. I saved the day.
Hey, area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's my guy. That's my guy, Buddy Hield.
Buttered.
Yeah, that's Buttered.
My name is Buddy.
That's Buddy.
I love that. My name is Buddy.
My name is Buddy.
I am back to early season Buddy fandom, but even more so. And I'm staying there this time.
Right.
I'm staying there.
Well, now he's done something that is incontrovertible. It's something that no man can put asunder, as I get slightly biblical, because that happened. He did that.
That happened.
In Game 7 on the road to win a series. So that happened. This is not a hot 10-game stretch in October and early November, which is cool. Buddy, we love you. And then 2 months of, oh my God, stop shooting. Can we please stop playing him? What do you did in Game 7?
Yeah.
That happened. So now that's a thing.
Do we get a call on Friday from Kurt in Hayward Hills? Hey! Who has famously, the last handful of times he's been on this show, said that Buddy Hield should never play for this team ever again.
What was that, sir?
They need to stop playing Buddy Hield.
That's buttered to you, Kurt. We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get that call. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line sent in from the 925. Schedule makes no sense. Why is there a 3 to 4 day gap between games 5 and 6? Some of us have thrown out, like you grabbed this earlier, like, is it because of the Valkyries? The Valkyries opening game is on Thursday next week. It's a week from tomorrow. So maybe that's part of it. Game 5's in Minnesota, though. So that's going to be a travel day. Is it Friday?
Friday.
Okay.
And
I thought it was the 15th.
The 16th.
Anyway,
they host the LA Sparks.
Okay, so maybe that's part of it, but that doesn't, why couldn't you play Saturday? My guess is it's a combo of Valkyries / TNT or television choices. In other words, Valkyries make it so the game's not on Friday, and then once it gets pushed to the weekend, they're going to want this game for their Sunday night slot. If it exists, if this series gets to Game 6.
Yeah, and it's an interesting quirk that there are no games scheduled for Saturday the 17th. Like Boston and New York, Game 6, if necessary. And then Sunday, there's a triple header. Indiana, Game 7, Minnesota, Game 6, Denver, Game 7. Those are all on Sunday.
Got it.
So I do think that it's probably
it's a TV thing.
It's a TV thing, and so they maybe would have done it on Friday, but with the Valkyries game, and they don't want to do Saturday, we're not doing Saturday, so they just push that baby to Sunday. That's my best guess.
Okay, we've got some phone calls to get to, but I have a very important question for you first.
Oh, okay. I better sit down.
Are you still picking the Warriors?
In this series?
Yes.
Absolutely. Cuckoo. Lock it up.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Do you want to change the game numbers?
No, I like it in 6.
You're just holding firm.
I'm going to hold firm. I do think that if the Warriors are going to win the series, 7 is more likely than 6. Because if you get to 6, you're probably going to be down 3-2, I would guess, based on no Steph in 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we're spitballing. He could come back for Game 3. He could miss the whole series.
Well, no, they have essentially announced him out for 2, 3, 4. 5 is the one that's technically a mystery. I don't really see how he plays. But anyway, go ahead.
For me, he's not going to play before Game 6. In my reality, can you win one of the next 3? Absolutely. One of the next 4? Sure. If you don't win one of the next 4, it's over. T-Wolves in 5. I get that. If you're down 3-2, it can't be Warriors in 6. But
can they win 2 of the next 4?
Absolutely. I don't see why not. If you're this awesome defensive team, and they are, and every time we talk to Steve, we're number 1 in defense since we got Jimmy Butler. Steph Curry's not one of your 5 best defenders, so your defense should be as nasty. So go out there and win a game 80-79. They can.
They're allowed to.
They might.
Christy in Emeryville. Hi, Christy. Thanks for calling.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
We saw what the Warriors look like without Jimmy Butler. Not great. So I'm more concerned when he gets injured, and it's interesting that hasn't been talked about than when Steph gets injured, because we know what that looks like. And the Warriors have won a few games, I think, right, without Steph and with Jimmy on board. So I have a lot of hope that they can still pull it out. And then the second thing is, I feel like there's not enough credit given to the Hustle Player of the Year, Draymond, who's shown us in the playoffs what he can do. And it's the one award, right, that's given that it's based on statistics only. Yep. So it's like, can't be any more legitimate. So, yeah, I think we've got great defense, as you just talked about, and we've got Jimmy Butler. I think, I'm curious what you all have to say about that.
Well, Christy, thanks so much for the call. I'd say you're not the first to sort of go to that spot of like the Warriors. If you're going to miss a star, you'd rather be missing Steph than Jimmy based on the history of the way they've performed. I do think the wind out of those sails fell a little bit when the Warriors went on the road minus Steph Curry because of his tailbone situation a few weeks ago. This is when the Warriors were going to go to Atlanta, and then they had the Jimmy Butler return to Miami. And in those two games without Steph, the Golden State Warriors looked awful.
Yeah.
I mean, objectively gross on the basketball court. So, are those two games predictive of what's going to happen next? I don't know. I don't think what Christy is saying is a crazy idea, just because if you are going to be totally centered around one star, you want to do it around a guy who's great at ISO. And Jimmy Butler is the top ISO player in the NBA.
No doubt.
Based on analytics.
And also defensively, if that's going to be your calling card, and it has been, then you're going to want Jimmy as well. It's not to say Jimmy's better than Steph. No one would ever be able to make that argument, but having Jimmy and Draymond and the rest of the team you're going to have around them without Steph Curry, you can still be a very good defensive team, and hopefully somebody, and last night it was Buddy, can step up and hit the three.
Time for Triples for Autism, which is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors hit 18 threes last night. Another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco. Buddy Hield led the way with 5. Draymond 4. Steph had 3 before the injury. Jimmy and GP2 a couple apiece. This is donation number 66 on the year. If you'd like to get involved, maybe donate yourself, we invite you to go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. You squeeze in one more?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Alex in Walnut Creek. Hi, Alex. What's going on?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
I just want to touch upon, I think tomorrow is a really good opportunity for the young guys to get in a rhythm and set a tone for the rest of the playoffs. I've really noticed that specifically Pods, Moody, Quentin Post, I think they're playing a little bit afraid out there on the offensive side of the ball. Everywhere else, I love the intensity, I love the grit, but I noticed some hesitation there. So I'm really excited to see them get more opportunities tomorrow to really step up, and I hope that it can give them some more confidence moving forward.
Alex, it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think you could make the case, what we've ended up seeing with Buddy Hield, the seeds for it were planted when Jimmy Butler was out back in Game 3 against the Houston Rockets. Buddy did some really good things. Doesn't mean he was great for all the games the rest of the way, but he knew that he needed to do a little bit more that night. He did. The Warriors won. They won a game that they were not expected to win. That buoyed them the rest of the way. And maybe that is paying some dividends now with what we're seeing the last couple games.
Yep. Game 5, he had 4 points. Game 6, he had 0. Yeah. So Buddy's a little bit of a different bird. But to the caller's point about the youngsters, I think that he's right where, Quentin Post might get a little bit more run, and Pods, and he's going to play a lot. And Moody, a guy who needs a little boost in his confidence. I do think that there's going to be room. And you're right, Mark. They're going to approach Game 2. They're going to try to win Game 2. They're not just going to trick it off and we're going to play Pat Spencer 26 minutes just to see if Pat can cook. They're going to try to win, but as a byproduct of not having Steph, other people will have an opportunity to go out there and play.
You would think that after Steve Kerr comes on the show, that the best of Grandy would be leading off with Steve Kerr right at 6 o'clock.
Oh, it has to be.
But instead, we're going to invite people to use the Odyssey app or go to YouTube if you do want to go listen to that interview at your leisure at any point. That's probably not what you should do at 6 o'clock, because at 6 o'clock,
is it?
It is.
Rain dance.
Yeah. There you go, man. It's the Warriors Roundtable, and you're going to want to check that out, especially with everything going on with the Dubs. That means full hour of Warriors talk with none other than Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean, and that is coming up next. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I cannot wait.
Okay, we're going to do it again tomorrow. And thank you to each and every one of you, all the engagement on a day like today. Warriors up 1-0. Tomorrow, here comes game 2. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.